I cannot believe we get to enter day 2 here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Spring 2023 season finals with Dong and the Puppeteers performing ridiculous yesterday. If you guys missed out all the action happening yesterday, make sure you guys check that out because there's not a single match you're going to want to miss, especially match 1 with Execute. Well, I kind of just spoiled who wins it, but with Execute doing some sick things. But you know what? Speaking of sick things, we got to bring in our analyst here. As I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, but I cannot do this alone as I have tried. And, well, to be honest, I almost succeeded. But then I forgot I need a short sidekick. So I got 7-Worlds Gaming to join me on the show today.
Hey, let's go. Don't make me switch your screen again, all right? By the way, the hair's looking nice.
Yeah, you know, it's almost as if I have a full head of hair and none of this is photoshopped at all.
AI hair?
AI. Well, actually, to be fair, the best way I help my hair stay so flourishingly nice is by washing it with some delicious Monster Energy. And you can wash your hair with it and then drink it after. It kind of works in 2 different ways. It's our official energy drink partner here at PMPL NA. And I also have to say Monster Energy does not support this statement whatsoever. So please don't try washing your hair with it, but you can enjoy the sweet, delicious taste of it.
I miss working with you.
I wish I could say the same. All right, so everyone, if you missed out on the first day, honestly, 7, yesterday, I don't think I could have wrote a script better than how the entire day played out. That was the perfect way to kick off the finals.
From game 1, and then for how it ended too, it was quite impressive. I mean, for I came in saying I think it's gonna be in Hyper. I think it's gonna be between YKG and Hyper. Absolutely. They were non-existent for the first 2 matches, but then they picked it up at the end. And then to be fair, YKG, I mean, they did really, really well. So you know what? Let's pull up the overall because you said it best. I mean, it was a Dong performance from the Puppeteers as they were able to push up to 2nd place with 0 bonus points. I feel like that's the main thing that people need to focus at. They were able to do this with 0 bonus points, and Hyper's currently holding onto that lead because of the 31 bonus points that they came in with. They're currently sitting at 97 points. YKG there was 79, and I'm gonna go down the list a little bit more because there is another team I'm currently looking at, and it's gonna be MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS. Only 16 points? Like,
you got me there on that
happened?
one. Because you were like, oh, I'm going to go on, let's say another team. I was like, oh, it's going to be a positive thing. And then you're like, and MEZEXIS. Nope. And I'm like, nope, that's going negative.
I was positive yesterday, okay? Today, I'm the pessimist. You're supposed to be the positive. So tell me something positive about MEZEXIS. Yeah, that's what I thought.
They played all the matches, I think. I mean, I obviously we're being a little bit harsh on MEZEXIS, but the ridiculous... And Dave, you're welcome. Momentum they had in the 3rd week was astonishing. We've never seen them perform that well, and it looks like maybe never again. The fact is they got 18 bonus points going into this. They got 2 placement points total, and 14 eliminations. I just don't know what to say to that, 7. I don't know what's going wrong for them. I don't know what's being so different at the moment for this team as well, because they're looking like a shadow of their former selves. But to be fair, right? Maybe it's just because we got to see teams like Execute, Dope, The Chosen, Puppeteers stand out so much here on day 1. I mean, you talk about Puppeteers having 0 bonus points. I kind of forgot where it was now. I think it was Dope Slayer.
Mines did surprise us a little bit yesterday with some of their play. That were quite an aggressive team, and I enjoyed that about them. Hopefully, we'll be seeing that out of them again today. With Golden Eagles, something I do have to mention, they were losing players super early on, and it seemed like it was happening in every single match. I'm hoping Golden Eagles is going to be able to just bounce back from that and try to keep their players alive a little bit longer. You know, it's going to help you with those placement points. And then I'm going to go all the way to the bottom to Team Mobility. There you go. Woo! That was a mouthful right there for me. But the reason why I want to mention this is because it's a team full of veterans, and if there was any team out of that page to actually be able to bounce back out of that bottom side of the leaderboard to be able to bounce back, I feel like Team Mobility might actually have a chance.
Yeah, they might have a chance if you can figure out how to say the name correctly. No, I'm just kidding. I agree. I haven't agreed with you. I have to give you tons of crap. Don't worry. It's part of my contract. It's unfortunate for them, but again, one day there is still a chance to bounce back. But the problem is they have such a hill to climb here. That hill is slowly going to turn into a mountain if they continue to have bad game after bad game after bad game. But now this bad boy here, 7. Now this one for me, this graphic you're seeing at home, is very interesting because on the left-hand side, the green, the darker green, and there's a teal. The green is their average points per game in league play, and then the teal is their average points per game in the finals. And there is some drastic things standing out here.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna go all the way to the right. Hello, Puppeteer. It's good to see you here in the finals. I've been a fan of you guys, of how you've been able to play certain things here and there since week 1. Good to see that you guys decided to show up here for the finals, averaging almost, you know what, almost 14 points per game. That is so ridiculous. But then you go from a team doing so well here in the finals to the complete opposite. When I was talking about MEZEXIS, you go from a team that was averaging almost 9 points per game to just 2.7. Like, where has this MEZEXIS been? If it wasn't for those bonus points, this team would be actually sitting on that 12th place if we went back to that overall inside. By the way, I do want to mention Hyper, even though they didn't start off great yesterday. Like, it is so misleading because they are just such a consistent team. And what's crazy is, I mean, 0.2 points, right? But they still improved, Jason.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like you look back at the first 2 matches, I think they got like 3 or 4 points total. And we were like, where the heck is Hyper? Did 7 jinx them? But for them to still maintain that average points per game from league stage into finals right now, I think shows how good of a team they are. Whereas YKG, they had almost a 3-point per game fall off, as you saw there. Yeah. But Puppeteers, I mean, we got to dive into them a little bit more, right? We have to compare their league stage stats up against their final stats, and when it comes to averages. And the other thing I'm worried about here is we are talking Puppeteer up a lot right now, 7, is can they replicate it today? But to replicate the numbers they put up yesterday, I think it's hard for any team out there to do. I mean, Hyper, we saw be consistent with about, like 11 points per game. Puppeteer had 13.8, right? So for them to match that same level in day 2 is going to be difficult. But the pace they're on right now, they could pass Hyper really easily.
Whoa. Okay, I'm a fan of Puppeteer here, but let's slow it down a little bit. Let's actually go for the positives here. I love the Illims. I've always knew that this team could definitely frag out. What I'm actually more impressed at is that average survival time. For this team to be able to get back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday, that was such a confidence booster for them that we actually saw it in the last match when they ended up with 2nd place finish and 5 Illims. That was just so impressive for me. Now, can they continue on with this? Can they replicate that? I don't think they're going to be able to do it, if I'm being completely honest. But if they can at least average, you know what, I would say 9 points per game, that's going to be so impressive for this team, especially with what we just saw in the bar graph. I mean, you saw them triple the points. And one more before we go into the next team, I want to mention about Puppeteers. Most of their Illims came from Miramar. I think it was 34 out of their 52 eliminations came in Miramar, so that's something that we need to keep a close eye on, because if they don't perform in Miramar, I don't think they're going to be able to duplicate what they did yesterday.
Yeah, and as a last note about them, I feel like 7... what we got to see yesterday, like you said before, we know they can frag out. We know they can pick up a lot of eliminations, but I think where they struggled in league play was the fights they did take, they wouldn't come out clean with. They wouldn't come out with 4 people, or they'd lose like 1 or 2 or something like that, right? I feel like in yesterday's matches, we saw them come out of these fights so much cleaner, which allowed them to get later into the game to have the better placement points, to have the better survival time. So maybe the days off that they've had since league play till now was them focusing on their like close quarter combat skills and coming out of fights relatively cleanly.
We saw them yesterday be very supportive to Dong, and I'm hoping that they continue on that kind of performance here today. Give Dong that warm place where he's just going to be thrive on, and I think they might be able to duplicate that performance.
Yeah, just he's got to be careful, obviously, right? You can't get too excited when you're Dong, because you could just blow it for the entire team. But there's another team we got to talk about here, and it's going to be the Panthers, because they have been another very frag-heavy team, super similar to the Puppeteers, but they haven't quite had the same success so far in the finals. However, as we look at their stats just from the finals alone, I mean, Nate, Quan, even Zuko here are putting up some really good average damage per match.
Yeah, they really are, but I mean, the main show has to be Nate for me. The numbers that he's currently being able to put up, and one thing that I do want to mention with Nate is that it's not just the Illims, it's also that average survival time. Because yesterday, he was able to clutch up big time in the 2nd Miramar. I mean, if we go back to it, the whole team, besides Nate, was eliminated. And then he was able to take from what could have possibly been a 10th place finish all the way down to a 4th place finish. So those extra placement points which is a big question mark for this team, right? That's something that you were questioning yesterday at the beginning of the day. It's good to see that even with Nate just alive, he's able to at least secure those placement points. But that's just not going to be good enough, because I feel like some of the other teams that were performing good yesterday, like Execute, which was actually able to improve when we saw the bar graph, I feel like they're going to be coming in a little bit more confident today. And I feel like Puppeteer, even though we don't expect them to duplicate what we saw out of them yesterday, I feel like they're going to be playing very confident today too. So the Panthers, as much as they do like to frag out, especially with Nate, they need to be careful with those early engagements.
Yeah, well, you know what? Speaking of early engagements, right, we're going to be having 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, a Sanhok, and a Vikendi today. But I'm curious about when it comes to Erangel stats here. It's obviously our most played battleground when it comes to the entire history of PUBG Mobile. But I'm curious, like, who's performing the best here? And obviously, you have to keep in mind what's been happening within the finals. The interesting thing here is you point out with Puppeteers, right? A lot of their eliminations came from Miramar, and you see that reflected here in the fact that they only got 2.5 average elims in it. There are 2 Erangels that we've had.
Yeah, and I think something to mention here is that they were able to actually average a great placement point. I mean, in the first match, it was 7th place with 0 elims, but then in the last match of the day, they ended up with the 2nd place finish and 5 elims. So if this team can continue on to improve on their Erangel today, that's going to be scary if they can maintain with what they've done when we go to Miramar. And then YKG, something that I wanted to mention out of this team as well is I want to see how they're going to be throughout the whole day. Because yesterday, it was a lot of inconsistency for me. You get 3 second place finishes in a row at the start of the day, but then you end up finishing the later half of the day with just averaging about 11th place. That's just not the consistency that we expect out of YKG. And then if we keep going up to the other teams, I know you were talking about Dope. Like, Dope is currently performing so well in Erangel, and that's a team that everybody else needs to keep an eye on alongside the Chosen.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting up some really good eliminations. They're obviously seeing Dope yesterday close things out with a victory as well. It's going to be tough. I mean, the fact is we can't really depend on Puppeteers to potentially have a good match here on Erangel. But seeing Execute, Dope, and the Chosen be 3 teams that are being fairly successful on him. And to be fair, YKG being successful too. But the weird thing is with YKG in my head is they were losing fights they normally don't lose. Sorry, let me scratch that. Let me rephrase that. They're losing fights to teams they don't normally lose fights to. And that's the part that kind of worries me. And they're like kind of the opposite of the Puppeteers, that they weren't coming out of fights clean. They would lose like Joey out of nowhere, and then they had to fight with only 3 players alive, or maybe Joey be the last one alive. They're having a tough time doing exactly what Puppeteers is doing.
Yeah, it's the finals. You set a base yesterday at the start of the day too. Like, there's no feeder teams right now. Like, everybody that's here definitely deserves to be here in the finals. Everybody's going to be stepping up their gameplay. You best believe that everybody's been watching the VOD review and seeing how YKG reacts whenever you push them a certain way. So they have been adjusting now. Can YKG adjust today? I'm intrigued to see what's going to be happening. And then for Execute, I feel like we didn't really get a chance to talk about them. So let's talk about them a little bit if we do have time. Is that this team played so good and so scary at the same time at times that I'm not sure how I feel about them. When things go great for them, they go great, but when they don't, like their splits are too far apart. I mean, we can go back to the first match yesterday. We saw Fate being able to clutch it up and being able to save his team and get that chicken dinner. But the whole time we're looking at those splits like, oh man, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. And if it wasn't because of the circle keep blessing them, they wouldn't have won that match. And now I'm starting to go a little bit more into the future, and I'm starting to look, if Execute does make it to Americas against Brazilian teams that are going to be very aggressive, that kind of stuff is not going to fly.
Let's be fair. I feel like maybe Hyper is the only team that I could say comfortably that they can somewhat keep up with the Brazilian teams. I'm not sure if YKG can necessarily, just because of obviously like it's just such a different kind of game. But having GK first in the roster and Hyper to me is kind of like he has experience playing against really aggressive teams like the CIS teams when they came into PMPL Western Europe last season. But you know what? That's still a little bit of ways away, right, Seven? We still have 2 days of finals before we can really start to look into that. So let's actually take a look at the schedule today for you guys at home to see which Battlegrounds will be playing when. And it's going to be exactly like yesterday, and it's going to be the exact same tomorrow. Starting things off in Erangel and ending things off in Erangel.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued to see when we get to third match to Sanhok, my favorite map of all, who's going to be using that map to actually start their day. Yesterday, it was Hyper's time after the horrible first Erangel and Miramar. I wonder if maybe it's going to be YKG or maybe some of the lower teams, right? WALLSTREETBETS. I would actually like to see something from WALLSTREETBETS. This team showed great promise, but so far they're falling just so short today. I mean, this finals.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they've been kind of falling short for the last, I want to say, like, kind of weeks, unfortunately for them. But you know what? They still have the chance to bounce back. You know, Seven, I'm actually curious, because I know, was it Monica I was talking to about this? What would happen if in our format of this whole event, you know, it's 1 point for elimination, what if it was half a point if you get elimination with the DBS? Because I feel like we've seen such an influx of DBS across the board here in every single battleground that it's a little too strong. It could okay, it's potentially too strong.
I can't wait until it gets nerfed. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. I've been having nightmares. All I hear in my dreams is I'm like, come on, bro, come on.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to use it as sniper too. It's a little bit too much, but half a point, huh?
It's crazy, man. There's just, I mean, the fact is, right, if it's one of the strongest weapons in the game, I'm not going to knock you for using it, but I'm curious how much things would change if there was a difference in eliminations. But let's be honest, it still probably would be the exact same usage of the weapon. But you guys at home, make sure you guys are tweeting to us. Make sure you follow all the channels here below down on the screen. And obviously, if you tweet or post on Instagram, make sure you use the hashtag PMPL NA so we could show one of your posts here on the show. And I believe we actually do have one. I'm a little scared because I don't know what it is. I kind of set it up perfectly then, I guess. I didn't even know this was coming.
You did. Look at that.
I swear I didn't know it was coming, but it makes perfect sense.
DBS? You get a DBS? Everyone gets a DBS because that's exactly what it feels like. And like, I mean, you said it best too. Like, if it is going to be the strongest weapon in the game, like, you can't knock the players for using it. Like, that's not their fault. I would be using it too.
Yeah, and I'm not going to really punish them either. And it obviously takes a different level of, or different kind of skill as well, right? To be able to hit those shots. We saw some crazy flicks with it yesterday. We saw like a couple of one-taps as well that were just perfectly executed. But we'll see. I'm expecting to see a lot of DBS today. For you guys at home, by the way, we still have the special crate going on within the game at the moment, and that's going to last until the 30th of April, so you got about 14 days left, so make sure you guys pick this one up. And also, while you're watching here, make sure you guys fill out the survey. If I'm not mistaken, there's even a question there about how tall do you want your analyst to be on the show? And Seven, it's not looking good from the results I've seen.
Please put 5'7".
5'7" on the Apple box, maybe.
I'm 5'7" on a good day, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll post a real picture one day. Don't worry. I'm not worried about this one. And then also we have tons of giveaways for you guys too. We've been giving away UC throughout the entire 3-4 weeks of the show. And you guys have a chance to win them whenever they do pop up on the screen. But I know you guys are staring directly into my eyes and nowhere else on the screen because you are just looking at this handsomeness, this beautifulness, and this full head of hair of a man that is Jason Gafflin as Seven completely disappears off the screen. To go enter the code down below if you haven't noticed it. Get yourself 600 UC if Seven hasn't stolen it yet.
Yeah, it's so fast. How are they so fast, man? Jeez.
You got those old man fingers. All right, so let's head over to our commentators to kick off the first match of the day. He's actually 42. Hot Jukes and Zute, drop us in.
42. I thought he was 47, baby. Yo, what's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with Zute. It's day number 2, bro. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Jukes, and I couldn't feel better after yesterday's games. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen today. The big question on my mind is, what puppeteers are we going to see today? Like, I mean, I think everyone tuning in today, I feel like that is definitely something they're all asking.
That's right. That's right. You know what? As a matter of fact, we heard Jason said that he thinks that Hyper is one of those squads that can hang with the Brazilian teams, right? Well, I'll say that yesterday's puppeteers could definitely hang with those squads, but that is not today's puppeteers, Zute. We don't know what we're gonna see, but it's day 2, game number 1. All eyes are on them. All eyes are on them today.
100%. All the teams, yeah, I'm sure, are looking at Puppeteer right now, seeing what they could pull off. But there's still a lot of other teams, right, that we need to watch out for, like YKG. They just nowhere to be seen yesterday. Maybe today's the day that they start showing up. Execute had a great game 1, you know, completely wowed everyone. Fate killed Tensa and then clutched it, right? So it's like there's a lot of questions to be had coming into day number 2. Puppeteers being the big one, of course. However, with the way the tournament's going, the way the action has ramped up, all of the teams like have just been performing phenomenally better compared to the league stage. a lot could change in day 2. A lot can change once again in day 2.
And you know what? It's so crazy because I think yesterday we were talking about it, and I think it makes the most sense. You know, like squads like NHyper, YKG, you know, not having the oh, hold on, sorry.
Oh, the
Zarky finish.
That too.
Zarky finish. Is it possible, Zute? The dream?
I give it like a 5% chance.
Oh, 5% chance. Everybody, give Zarky your energy. All right. Yesterday we did it to the icy lake. Now it's time to go to Zarky.
True.
Right?
True.
We got to at least see it, baby. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen one in ages. I think in my entire competitive or PUBG Mobile career, I think I've seen 3 Zarky finishes.
3?
Yeah,
that's a
3.
lot.
And that's a lot. And I was like, I know one for sure, and then 2 close by. And I'm like, that's Zarky enough. You know?
That's Jarky enough.
You know? So like if
I
we
got
get
a question.
Yeah, what's up?
For you. Would you rather have Jarky or Stallber finish?
I'd have Jarky.
Jarky?
I don't even know where that is, bro. But you know what? It sounds good. It sounds good. No, I mean, Zarky is just so rare. I mean, I've seen some Stallber finishes, which are really, really fun, or at least at that mountainside just west of Stallber. I think we've seen that, more than once. But, you know, like a Zarky finish is definitely the dustiest square on my bingo card for competitive PUBG Mobile. So I'm really looking to check that one off here. But, you know, like I was talking about,
we'll see.
I think we can agree that yesterday we have seen, these teams level up completely.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's understandable why NHyper and YKG aren't just, you know, bullying the lobby like the way we saw in league play. Because, I mean, Puppeteer's obviously the big shocking story because they just had a ridiculous day yesterday. But we saw, you know, Execute pop off at the start. We saw a lot of signs of life from the Panthers as well. You know, MEZEXIS has been quiet, but who knows? This could be their day. I think this is the most important day for squads, right at from 8th place on down. What do you think, Sue?
8th place on down, yeah, of course, because it's top 5. It's top 5 to qualify, and teams 8th place and down. Day 2 is really gonna give them a good idea of what they need to do coming into day number 3. So I wouldn't say it's like do or die already, but
well, for some it is, right?
For some, I mean, if you're like below 8th place, it's already do or die, starting from this very game, right?
True.
But if you're hovering in the middle, right, like let's say 10th, this game, if it doesn't go well, you still got a chance, right? You still got a chance. So it's getting to that point, of course, Jukes, and it's just 3 days to determine if you make it to the next stage. It might seem brutal, but then again, these guys have had 3 weeks of gameplay to get those bonus points, and we've seen, even though, like, teams like Puppeteer 0 bonus points, and they just shot their way up. The teams that did get a lot of bonus points, if you took those bonus points away, they'd be like they'd be way further down. So those bonus points, those 3 weeks of gameplay, still come into effect in a 3-day tournament.
I'll tell you what, if I were a player competing at this level right now in this tournament, I would see Puppeteer's performance as an inspiration, right? Because
of course,
they have just proved that even with 0 bonus points, you could still top the leaderboards, right? So it's still possible for any one of these teams. There's still plenty enough time. You know, we've only seen 1/3 of this tournament, right? We're about to see the second, though. So if you are going to have a pop-off day, it needs to be today. So hopefully these teams did that homework. One thing I really been waiting to see, Zute, is more of these vehicle rotation route, traps. And we haven't really seen that here at this level. Why do you think that is?
I feel like, I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe, I mean, if you trap a team, it requires like 2 things to go correctly. First, the team that you're trapping is going to play the way you're expecting them to play. 2, your trap's got to work out. And I said 2, but 3 things. And then 3, afterwards, right, you have to have a very specific game plan for what you're going to do next after you wait at a certain position to trap a team, and then other teams are going to move into certain positions like ahead of you and etc. So I think with those three factors combined, some teams just don't feel comfortable with doing a play like that, and they rather just stick to one game plan, which is this is what we're going to do. We're going to do this.
Makes sense, especially with this, first zone. Like I said, Zarky finish, ultra rare. So anytime we see a zone this heavy northwest, it's definitely going to leave a couple question marks for these teams. The Chosen is trying to scooch on by. It looks like Subpig is going to be hitting that gas real hard. Trey trying to take some shots, doesn't hit the mark. So the Chosen going to squeak up past Team Mobility. Now, for one of those do-or-die teams that we were talking about, I think that's definitely Team Mobility. They had a really rough day one. They have to come out strong here today.
Extremely strong, not just Team Mobility. Few other teams as well. This zone is a very difficult zone too. It's a little bit one of those potential 50-50s. If we get that hard shift down south, ooh, that's going to spell trouble for a lot of the teams rotating up north. And with this cube compound in play, Golden Eagles, we see them here all the time. Of course, they have priority over this position due to where they drop off and loot. They've been playing this position okay, but not as dominant as I would like. Usually when we see another, top tier team have this position, they close games out. They get a lot of eliminations, especially when the circles close around here. But yesterday, we saw Alf swim up from that south side and absolutely destroy that team of Golden Eagles. So they got to tighten things up as well.
Yeah, I mean, Alf really had to put the backpack on yesterday for Golden Eagles. And he was able to secure some nice points for his team. But, when we see these crazy performances that we saw yesterday, I think it's definitely lit a fire amongst all these players and teams to realize that, hey, you know what? Having a good day isn't going to be enough. We need to have a great performance if we're looking to move on here. And like a knife to the heart, the zone
out of there.
Centers up, and Zarky no longer in play. Come on, chat. Y'all let me
this
down.
is pretty good. This is pretty good, too.
All right.
Yeah, it's like 40-50, or did I say 40-60, right? A little bit more on the north side, but man, this area of the map, Jukes, never disappoints. The action is always fire.
That's true. That is true. There's still plenty of hills, divots to play. And you can see, Team Mobility in a good spot because they are hedging their bets. If that zone somehow shifts down south, they're going to be in that perfect center to be able to go in a different way. But a lot of eyes are going to be on that spot, so they're going to have to really, really play this careful. BOPE, Phoenix, K19, quite a few teams on the outside of the zone are going to be traveling on inwards here. BOPE looks to have... Oh, they're gassing up. They are gassing up and getting ready for this rotation.
Yeah, they're getting ready to make a play here. Definitely talking it over with the team. I feel like this type of circle for them, not the easiest to decide to what to do, but they're making a play now. They're rotating in. Definitely going to try and scout something, but obviously all the bridges are taken, all the crosses are taken, all the power positions at this point are taken, and Puppeteers, the team to watch out for, and the player, Dong, especially to watch out for, getting some shots in from the Execute squad right now, being forced to push back just a little bit. Dong with the UMP, or no, that's not the UMP in hand, the barrel and the UMP. Deadly combo. And BOPE, well.
The BOPE.
This is what BOPE's deciding to do. A Hail Mary play, full send across the bridge. They lose one player. Oh, they've lost 2 players. Excuse me, yeah. That is not good for BOPE.
Really bad. Yeah, they're going to get confirmed here.
Jukes, the West Bridge. The West Bridge is completely open.
I don't understand. Hey,
yeah,
sometimes...
Why not just take the West? I mean, we could see the Western Bridge is open. But
this
bridge is 100% taken. Like, you don't even have to guess that this bridge is taken.
That. Yeah, everybody who has played even a little bit of comp would know that that bridge is going to be taken. So very interesting play from here. I gotta ask you this though, right? On the second page of the overall standings, which team do you think has the most chance, right, to have a crazy comeback day here today?
Second. Man.
You got Wall Street Bets, Skills of Mine, Golden Eagles, K19. I don't know about BOPE right now. BOPE's in trouble.
Yeah.
You know, but, you know, Phoenix, Esports, Wanted Vigilantes, Team Mobility.
I would have to go with... Man, I want to say... Ooh, that's a circle shift and a half. I want to say Wall Street Bets, but it's like... You know,
the fact that he's taking so long to give an answer, guys, is not a good sign. Just want to let y'all know.
Yeah, but this circle, okay, with this circle, I'll go with Phoenix.
Okay, all right,
they're down there in the south.
Yeah, they're down. They got a really lucky shift down south here. I mean, this is really going to help them out.
I mean, hey, it could still go north though.
Oh, but look who's coming for him.
YKG.
Look who's coming for him. You want to change your pick?
Nah, they got this. YKG yesterday, a shadow of their former selves. They got this.
Oh, okay. All right. Spicy talking points here. Let's see if that's the truth, though. The Panthers trying to take out Wanted Vigilantes. Yeah, Wanted Vigilantes were really deep into second place here. They were 15th with only 13 points coming in to today. So they need to have a monster performance.
Yeah, I want to see the Panthers be a little bit more confident. Yesterday on the very first game, we saw it wasn't Nate.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Nate just said goodbye.
Dude, Nate's been putting in so much work for the Panthers. He's like the guy trying to rally the Panthers together right now in the finals.
Yes.
Like, try and give them that old confidence back. And Puppeteers, we just tuned in and they won the fight. 2 eliminations, full team. Puppeteers of yesterday, we'll see.
Looking pretty good.
Looking good, though. I think your dog agrees, too. Your dog's let's go, Puppeteers.
Let's go, Puppeteers. So excited, so hyped. You know what, though? You think he's looking to the sky because I think he sees a golden eagle right up here by the bridge. Now, they didn't really get the most favorable shift for them, but they are still in a good position if they can defend it and rotate through. But the problem is that every single time you take this bridge spot, if the zone hard shifts away from it, it is so difficult to cross it.
Yeah, they're going to have to hope another team crashes into TC underneath the bridge, which we do see happen, right? And then they come in later and pick up the scraps if they have to go down south. So we'll see very soon how this is going to play out. Puppeteers, by the way, very, very curious to see how they're going to cross down with that shift. It's not going to be easy for any teams in the north to figure this one out.
I mean, how do we get that first zone and end up with an Everest finish, right? I mean, this is
check out MEZEXIS. They're chilling.
MEZEXIS big chilling right there on Mount Everest, not having to worry about a thing. You see YKG, K19, Phoenix, Wall Street Bets, all in ruins, and it is going to be real difficult to get out of there with a full 4-man. Wall Street Bets are going to try to do it, though. Joey looking to pick up some points on the way in. It looks like YKG
playing aggressive.
Yeah, are going to press up on the Wall Street Bets here.
I like this play.
Ooh, exotic laydown's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, there's no way Fierce spots that. He doesn't spot it. Oh,
no
Fierce is just running across in the open. No one's shooting him?
I mean, I'm surprised he even moved 2 inches forward and didn't get completely busted up.
Yeah,
I think Wall Street Bets
they're scared.
Super scared. I mean, especially considering where they're on the leaderboards. It's not looking good. Chico's going to come in hot, though. Trying to sneak some shots through. Actually gets a tap.
That's huge. Every little damage counts in this close
Fears got finished, though. Wall Street Bets had the edge. Oh, Joey. What a shot on Ikubi. And the finish. So now Wall Street Bets is getting picked apart.
It is a 3v2. If Exotic could get a good nade in, it ties things up. It ties things up to 2v2. Of course, Joey's got the inside of the circle to work with and the suppressive fire. Oh, there's those shots. Yep. Just,
Done.
YKG corralled those two players right into Joey's sightline. Very well done. Of course, they did lose a player, which I think, you know, not too bad, but for YKG's caliber, I feel like that was definitely a little bit of a slip up.
Yeah, it definitely happens. Sometimes you just lose one in those engagements, but you're right. With how they played that, I think they could have definitely done it without losing a single member. Nate forced to just drive right into the water. Zuko looking to do the same thing as Stellar's most likely going to start taking some shots. That smoke, though, completely eliminates his sightlines.
Yeah, that's fine. He keeps them up for now, and, I mean, the Panthers, I just want to say, are dead in the water pretty much. Once they crawl up over, no cover to work with. Puppeteers, still slow and steady, making their way closer and closer to the bridge. They have a 3-man team of BOPE they need to deal with, though. And Puppeteers, they're playing so patient. Look at 5 eliminations. Yeah, they've just been picking up whatever eliminations they can and not rushing anything. I would really like to see that.
Nice nade there onto Fang. So BOPE having a rough start, but still holding alive. Wow, Fuego with the angles. How is he not hitting these?
Oh my god.
That was insane. That was actually Bray from Dope that ended up catching him. Puppeteers forced to push on in, completely blind. Looks like they're gonna hit up with this rock, but it's gonna be a hard place to hold.
Nice cover usage with that car. Stay alive for a little bit. Faye eating just 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots.
Gosh.
And that's actually Hyper, I think, that took out the Puppeteers. So, I mean, is this Puppeteers of yesterday? It still could be. I mean, that circle shift, I don't think any, like, top-tier team would have made it across cleanly. So, they did well.
Nice.
Panthers swam over and are getting the drop on the Chosen. I said the Panthers are dead in the water. Excuse me. These guys are coming in hot.
Zuko goes down, but Nate is unstoppable. 7 eliminations, making 8. This man is a one-man wrecking crew.
I mean, we got Dong and we got Nate now. Can he finish this 1v1, though? Goes for the revive. I don't know how I feel about this. Yesterday, I saw the team go for a revive, and they lost the fight because of it.
Oh! Big Nate eats those.
Eats those for breakfast. How is that not a...
I don't know.
I'm not going to question it.
Too strong.
The gods of PUBG Mobile are blessing
Zuko,
Nate right now.
Zuko with the bounce.
Too wide.
Too far.
Too far. A battle. Back and forth. Zuko doesn't eat those.
Anying don't miss these, though. Anying don't miss these. And Zuko's in big trouble, yep. And that's the finish. Oh. Tight
Headshot.
peeks from Nate.
Hit him right in the head where it hurts. Nate, though, 1v2. Can he pull it off? There's no way he's getting into the zone. I mean, look at that circle.
That's true.
Yeah, he's got to commit to
He
this
is
1v2.
Nate, though. He is Nate. And he has an M4. Sometimes that's all the cover you need.
I want to see him push this. I don't want to see him try and sneak it in. I mean, there's no cover. I mean, he could maybe prone in the grass and no one sees him, but there's that watchtower right there with a couple players inside. YKG,
That's right. YKG
still doing a really good job.
Panthers with 10 eliminations, the most in this round. So that's going to really help them out on the leaderboard. Even if they go out now. If they go out now, Zute, it's a goose egg in points. That is ridiculous.
10 elims, yeah, but 8 of them are on Nate. Maybe more at this point. YKG
Joey doing Joey things.
Chico getting the high ground. Oh, he spots him through the bush, and he stays alive. Gets tagged up. Ejects right out of there into cover. And
Rushy!
Oh no. And here comes the shots from Joey through the smoke.
No way, he's going again? He's going again! He got him! He got him! He got knocked out, but the buggy came in too high, so Rushy goes down to fall damage. Absolutely brutal. And now we see MEZEXIS, right? MEZEXIS trying to have that comeback day. They got extremely blessed with this zone. Can they make something of it, though? That's going to be the big question.
We'll see what happens. Oh, Nate made it in zone on the north. Okay.
insane.
It's Nate. Nate doing Nate things.
I told you, he's Nate.
You're absolutely right about that. He is indeed Nate. Chico is getting revived, by the way, from YKG. Joey picking him up. So YKG with 2. Still in this. And I think Nate's position, you see right there on the map, is a little small divot. That's how he's staying safe. But that same divot is where YKG's headed towards right now.
Well, you know what? MEZEXIS do have a great position, Zute. But look at that. Look at their elimination points. 0. So they haven't been able to pick anybody up. They lose Trick right there as he gets knocked. He actually did hit that nade, though, onto Legend. So Trick, he has definitely got that arm. Unfortunately, does get knocked, but both teams are going to go for the pickup here. Illusion looking for some cheeky angles. Ran has been really putting in some suppressive fire onto Dope. Dope has been in big trouble. Look at Nate, though. On the corner, still up and running.
BOPE is still up with 3. Wow. They're forced to make this push, though. There's no way. We got 4 of EnHyper.
Look at the nade. It's a red zone.
Hellfire. Yeah. Onto the side of Dope.
Oh,
yeah, Dope's
red.
going to start getting pieced up here. One more nade.
A-town.
Bounce it off the top. There we go. Hot Zada.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, BOPE made it really far as how many teams are left with the placement points. You know, it's not that much, not in this new format. So they did the best they could.
And I think EnHyper, especially Kindness, is going to go run and try to pick up as much loot as he possibly can. Baby Tang, ooh, getting some nice little pokes through the smoke. They're going to throw some of their own now, try to get some loot. EnHyper, poised to have a great game as well, depending on where this zone goes. Ander, K19, trying to pressure and keep MEZEXIS outside of this circle. It's definitely going to be difficult. It's hard to throw nades when you have this kind of elevation.
Yeah.
But all it takes is that one perfectly placed one to really turn things around for your team.
Circle closing in. The rest of the MEZEXIS do have to move in, and I know they don't want to necessarily just stack on the one player that's in zone. Too much of a nade magnet. YKG still up, and so is Nate. So they're going to actually share this small ridgeline side of the zone. I don't think they know Nate's up at all over there. Yeah. So Nate might be able
in this direction.
Nate might be able to do something huge here on the next circle shift when he decides to go just for the backstab, you know, elimination points. Where's the circle going to go, though? Still closing in ever so slowly.
The calm before the storm. 30 seconds left on the clock. This zone is going to shift. Joey, ooh, getting some shots, but a nice return fire from Trick is going to shut him down. Yeah, you can see Dope trying to think, what do we do with this next zone? Smoke starting to come out here, very proactively and active. Looking to get some information with that buggy. Oh, and he's going for the runovers. Oh. Okay, he actually did. He caught Illusion. Ring around the rosy. He's going to go for another. Here he comes.
For the heal from Peralta. So you can give you some cover. Yep, round number 2.
Oh, second thoughts.
Not yet.
Here it goes. Another angle. Oh, we got pieced up there. Oh, he misses.
Where was the push from the team?
The team had to be coming at the same time.
Yeah,
so,
disjointed.
I
Check
think
out
it
that
was
circle
maybe
shift, though.
the pressure from Dope may have just been a little bit too much, and that forced
Yeah.
MEZEXIS to hit the deck. So a little bit of missed timing is going to cost them pretty bad. We're starting to see some more action happen here. 7 teams still remaining. Panthers, Nate up all by his lonesome. Trick forced to put some suppressive fire in the ways of YKG. MEZEXIS is really stuck in this position.
EnHyper moving in with a 4-man team as well. I don't really like what EnHyper's doing. Yeah, it's they have a 4-man team and they're putting themselves wide in the open to just be shot at and withered down. I would have loved to see maybe that 4-man team just, you know, push really hard towards one direction. Like Nate over here. Nate's forced to take this 1v1.
Oh,
he is full HP.
Nate!
He is dodging and weaving. Nate is on something else today, Hot Jukes. 10 eliminations right now for the big Nate himself.
Oh, that Nate hurt him, though. And that was Nate beating out a DBS from one of the top players in one of the top teams in this lobby. So 12 eliminations for the Panthers. Ridiculous performance from Nate. And I don't think he's done yet, Zoo, especially with how this is all looking. GK first, and then Hyper looking to circumvent Dope. They do have the high ground advantage, but they got to watch out for teams possibly crossfiring them, and you're going to see that right now. GK first getting nated. Back and forth shots. Kindness has all the angles in the world, though.
Yeah, I love the way Hyper's doing this now. I thought they were just going to put themselves in the open and like create a stack of cars as cover, but now they're going aggressive with that high ground. Once again, the high ground always working out for Hyper. They established control now, but they did lose one player, I believe. Yeah, they're down to a 3-man.
Lonesome Nate there. You just see him still alive, barely at the edge of this next zone. It's going to be a tough rotation. Is Ren going to go for the run over? Oh, he saw him. He saw him, but he's forced to turn around. Oh, Brain just got outplayed there.
Ooh, he gets traded right back, though, from the other team. And yeah, Hyper down to 1 now. That was a little bit way too aggressive for Hyper. He didn't need to clear that much room, especially when they had the zone. And this area of the map that he pushed into is out of the next circle. There's no reason to really push over there. Hyper could still win this, though, if Kindness could somehow crawl the way back. And QZZ, that's a dangerous revive, though.
Joey with some nice shots on the K-19. QZZ looking at Nate. Nate's going to hit the deck for now. Nate, so many of these players are outside of this next zone. 56 seconds on the clock. Nate is forced to use a buggy, and he's rotating on in.
Oh, he found cover?
He does find the tree. He finds the cover.
Huge.
How is Nate still up? How is Nate still alive?
It's the Nate show today, Dukes, and I'm all for it. But this match is not over. Joey
gone!
Gets found by QZZ. 2v1v1.
Legend in the open.
Oh,
goes down.
3-way standoff now, Jukes. And they're all in the zone. All 3 players left are in the zone and behind cover. And this is the final circle.
It's anyone's game.
Oh, it's going to go dead into the center after this. What? This finals?
Nate
can't
with
get
the buggy?
better.
Nate in the buggy is going to go challenge QZZ. Looking for some toes.
The toes.
QZZ finds Illusion! Illusion's so lit!
Close. So close.
And I think I like Nate's position a lot better. QZZ does have a little bit of elevation. This Nate could be good. So close.
That was scary.
Nate has that laser focus, though. The laser eyes. Can he spot the QZZ snake in the grass? QZZ's going away from the rock. That could be a very smart play, but he gets caught! Nate!
Not today.
Eyes of an eagle. Eyes of an eagle.
Pick that snake right out the grass. Illusion, though, knows exactly where Nate is. Nate?
14? 14 eliminations?
Nate's got 12 in one game. This is the finals we're talking about. If Nate could get this one, the clutch, the win, and 13 eliminations, the 13 out of 15 for his team, and 10 more from the chicken, Nate's a god.
Nate, just take a deep breath, brother. You're about to make the play of your PUBG Mobile career.
Illusion's got the rock. Molly comes in, falls just a tad too short. Zone's pressing in. Nate's got to go up. He's going to lose his ridgeline. Illusion's going to get the rock advantage.
Who's
Call
better?
Comes down to the pre-fire. The reactions.
Who's better?
Shots back and forth. No connections on either side. Nate pre-fires. Misses the shot. Switches to UMPs. Hits the wrong side. Illusion peeks out. Nate's winning this duel right now. Illusion. He's going for a heal.
Go switch
15
again.
shots. Oh no, 8 bullets. Is that
Reload.
enough?
Nate!
Oh, he did
my goodness! The man! The myth! The legend! Nate, welcome to the highlight reel, baby. Give this man the watch, right? The check, the big check. That's what I want to see. Nate walking into a bank with a big check right now.
Now, speaking of checks, I do believe we have like a moment from the entire tournament, right? Isn't that like an award or something?
Oh,
it was, yeah. No, it goes to Nate for sure. Like,
Good luck feeding that out. Good luck. That's all I'm gonna say.
Like, this picture, congrats to the Panthers,
Woo!
but that was all Nate. All Nate. That game one, holy cow. What a clutch. What a clutch from Nate.
The Baker's dozen. The Baker's dozen. 13 eliminations by himself. Zute didn't think he was going to even make it away from the water, right?
Yeah,
across
from the
that bridge. I mean,
like 10 minutes earlier.
Not only does he make it away from there, right? He, by himself, right, is able to beat out EnHyper, YKG, MEZEXIS, K19. Absolute insanity. I can't wait to hear what the desk has to say about this.
Same.
And we'll see right after this break.
Someone get me this man's settings. Like, hook me up here, man, because I'm updating everything on my side. What the hell just happened, Nate? I knew you were a baller. I knew you could get a lot of eliminations like we've seen before, and I know you were feeling it. But to close things out like that, the Panthers, I think, have just skyrocketed up the leaderboards.
Let that man cook. He lost everybody. We talked about this just now. He lost everybody in his team when he could possibly went out in 10th place. He had 8 elims at one point, and all of a sudden, he ends up with 13 eliminations. We'll get a chance to talk about him a little bit more, by the way, but wow. And I agree with Sute. If that does not end up getting highlight of the tournament, I don't know what will. But you can see the Panthers there, 25 points. EnHyper, a team that I thought was actually going to end up winning this match. Still, 19 points. Not a bad start for EnHyper, and not a bad start for YKG as well, Jason.
You know the worst part about this, though, Seven, looking at this match ranking, is it does not do justice to the Panthers and Nate there. Like, 25 points, give him 50, man. Like, that was ridiculous. Oh, man. A fantastic start here by the Panthers. And, of course, EnHyper and YKG, to be fair, right? EnHyper were averaging about 11 points per game. YKG was a bit lower than that, but they were able to start things off extremely strong. Puppeteers, though, we got to point them out, man. 5 eliminations. That's all they really got in this match. MEZEXIS as well, only getting 3. You know, Puppeteers, if they want to keep challenging the top, well, it's just getting further and further away from them. They cannot afford to have matches like this.
They really can't. And to be fair, though, the circle did an absolute shift on them that it was just going to be super hard for them to be able to get inside the circle. But I was surprised how confident they were playing. Like, for them to be able to get those 5 elims, you can see them pushing teams. We saw them actually pushing onto Execute, and they were able to eliminate some of the players from Execute. And you can see Execute right now, we're only able to get just that 1 point. WALLSTREETBETS, the hopes I had for you, I mean, right now they're not being answered, as they were only able to get that just 1 point. Overall, though, what a match. So far, in this finals, Jason, we have been blessed with the first match. Something crazy happens, and I cannot believe what Nate just did.
I feel like we've had every single match so far. The finals has been really good in one way or another. This is, yeah, definitely a finals to remember. But again, we got 2 minutes till the next match here, so we quickly got to do it. Let's take a look at our damage here in this last match across the board for all the teams. I'm expecting, of course, the Panthers going to be number 1. YKG and Hyper, though. I mean, combined, these 3 teams put down like 7,000 damage, over 7,000 damage.
And to be fair, I actually expected Hyper. I thought Hyper was going to end up having the most damage out of everybody because of their location. They control a compound for so long that they were able to just pick and choose who they wanted to shoot at, who they were going to be able to engage with. And I feel like, I'm going to say it again, I thought they were going to win. But you know what? To be fair, though, I mean, the Panthers, those 2,700 damage, I think, what is it, like 2,000?
He almost did more damage than the entire team of Hyper. Let's actually take a look here at the Panthers player stats from this match, and you're going to see what we've been talking about. 2,000. Oh, I mean, we highlighted at the start of the day, and we showed that Nate, Nate, Zuko, and Quan were all doing like pretty good damage. He was averaging like 330, 340 a match. Well, he just blew it out of the water here with the 2K.
Yeah, Nate came and said, wait, Dong who? Dong what? He's trying to go for that MVP today. By the way,
Man.
Nate, yesterday, he got 14 illims in 6 matches. Today, first match, 13 illims. Just Nate things.
You know Kalaris, right? You know how he always makes like a sound whenever a player does over 1,000 damage? You know that, right? What would happen if a player got over 2,000? I got to take a screenshot of that, send it over to him, and hear his reaction. Then we'll play it on the show. Ridiculous stuff. But to be fair, not only he was doing exceptionally well, Joey was. I mean, 1,500 damage, was popping heads constantly, as we saw the last member for YKG. You know what, Seven? Let me throw something your way here, and let me know how it
Go
sits. Nate and Joey on the same team.
Yes.
I mean, the fact is, right? Like, Nate is consistently doing this for the Panthers, and Joey, we see him be consistent as well. He just has, I mean, things I don't want to talk bad about the Panthers, but I feel like Joey has more of a supporting cast on his team, and any player can step up. But on the Panthers side, we haven't really seen that too much.
I agree. By the way, Nate right now is looking like, oh yeah, who's gonna want to try to pick me up if the Panthers doesn't make it to Americas? Bring me the money, baby.
You never know. Well, what I do know is, though, we're going to head over to our commentaries, though, because the second match of the day is ready. It's going to be Miramar, Hotjukes, and Zute. Can Nate do it again?
Oh my gosh, don't say that, guys, right? But I will say this, right? The Panthers, you really want to do good right now, right? Because if you don't, it's gonna be real shocking if Nate's mailbox ain't gonna be full as heck after a play like that. We're about to go into Miramar Zoo. I mean, I would like to say it's all downhill from here, right? As we throw 600 UCA giveaway code. But I thought the same thing yesterday after Execute's performance in Game 1, and I was even more shocked later on, Zute. So, what could happen today?
I mean, I came in today saying anything could happen just because, it's a blanket statement, right? Anything can happen, sure. Did I really think anything crazy was going to happen? Maybe, yeah, but something like that?
That crazy? Yeah.
No. In the very first game, not even. I thought we were just going to have a really good game, and it's like, oh man, that was hype. Yeah, let's go. But no, that was, you heard Seven say it too. That was the moment of the entire tournament so far. The 4 weeks for me, the highlight play.
To do what he just did is unreal. I mean, I'm telling you, this man has.
I challenge the viewers. Try and get 13 kills in a classic match. Like, it's not even that easy to get 13 in the classic match. And I'm talking, of course, if you're like Conqueror ranked, okay? Like, don't drop in as a silver player and get like 20, okay? That doesn't count. But Nate just got 13 in the PUBG Mobile North American Finals.
And won, though, Zute. Not just
Yeah,
13, and won. That is the craziest part of it all. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, the man has definitely etched his name into the stone of PUBG Mobile greatness after a game like that. Now, right, what is next? What is next for The Panthers, what is next for all of these squads? Yeah, look at YKG. They're even jumping for joy after seeing a play like that. Even though they didn't win.
Yeah,
Look at
YKG, they had a good game. That was like their
They
bounce back
did.
game.
Yeah,
That was their bounce back.
Joey popped off, but I mean, it's so crazy that even though Joey had like, what was it, like 8 eliminations that last game?
Yeah.
It was just completely overshadowed. Yeah, by a ridiculous play. Okay, YKG busted out the tricks to, you know, be able to get that quick rotation. You like to see that.
Yeah, they're trying. They're trying to stack people on the car. But I mean, what's important for me is like, you know, YKG yesterday was like, ooh, are they gonna not show up this like in the finals? But I think after that game, you know, that's a good sign. That's a good bounce back for YKG. Of course, the Panthers even bigger bounce back. And I want to even, you know, talk a little about Puppeteers, right? They had 5 eliminations, and that circle was so bad for them. It shifted across the bridge. They were all the way on the north, and they still picked up 5 eliminations. So I think like almost every team, or not, I don't want to say every team, but a lot of the teams we're looking at are shaping up to, you know, give us an explosive day 2 as well.
Well, you know what? Enough talking, right? It's about doing. We got to see it happen right here, right now in this Miramar match. I mean, we have seen the craziest of gameplay, right? Yesterday with Puppeteers going off in Miramar. So it's definitely possible for all of these squads. But, man, what is going to happen? My eyes are focused on this game, focused on the chat from last game, because they are already going nuts, Zute. This is just, this is madness.
It is madness indeed. Honestly, you know, if we could like send a message to all the players playing right now, it'd be like, let's take a pause timer. All the players competing, open up the stream, and just, you know, just
watch.
Just watch back the beauty of what just happened.
Oh my goodness. Absolute craziness. Let's see what Phoenix just popping some shots. This is all the way down in Valle del Mar. So this is not even close to the zone. Water Vigilantes able to make it out of there. It's crazy how far away this is, and we're still seeing shots happen.
Yeah, man. Teams are fired up. I'm definitely fired up after that first game. Oh my god. Sheesh.
I love how I just saw a comment that said, Nate forgot it's not a classic. Absolute craziness. Okay, let's get back and focus, though, here on this game and going forward, okay? So the leaderboards have definitely been moving around a little bit, right? This is, again, a very important day for some of those teams to bounce back. One team, though, that really kind of sticks out to me, Zute, after that last match is MEZEXIS.
Okay.
And the reason why is because, I mean, they got blessed with Everest and a crazy hard shift, and they weren't able to soak up eliminations or really make anything happen here from a really good spot. Uh-oh, Puppeteers, though, getting caught.
Puppeteers, not good. FaZe down, and I think he's all alone right now. Yeah, FaZe not going to get picked up, that's for sure. Will the Puppeteers come in and try and trap BOPE in, though? FaZe gets confirmed, and I think that's it. Yeah, Puppeteers down to 3. Donga's still up, at least for the team.
I mean, sometimes that's all you need, right? That's all you need.
I mean, all Panthers needed was Nate.
That's true.
To be up towards the late game. So, who knows, man? But, man, Puppeteers losing players early, that's not a good sign.
Real bad sign there, losing Faye. I mean, that's kind of like always been the demise of so many of these players and teams. It's just, you know, having a player scout, look for some info, get caught, and just losing that player earlier on. So, man, hopefully we can see them tighten things up. But the Panthers, I mean, how do you think this team is feeling after that last game? I mean, if nothing would, you know, be like just drinking a Monster Energy, right? And unleashing the beast, right? It's gotta be this right here.
Oh, you know, Monster Energy is in Nate's DMs right now. Just like, yo, let us sponsor you right now. We'll
Come
send you
on.
all the monster energy you ever need in your life. If you can pull off
Ridiculous.
plays. Oh no, Dong is down.
Oh no.
Oh.
Dong being down is gonna hurt big time here. Let's see what Poppy Sour can do. Throwing some shots down range. Trying to get a knock. Isn't gonna be able to do so. He's gonna go ahead and take off in this position. Trick! Oh, Poppy Sour ain't making it. Oh, so K19 suffering another tragedy.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness out of MEZEXIS this time around. They realized that last game was their game to like get a lot of points, but they didn't manage to do that. So now they're just gonna play aggressive early game to try and rack up those points, make up for the previous game, and they're up to 2, which is great. I do think I just saw Dong confirmed also TC with 2 elimination points. TC and Puppeteers fighting. There's fights all around the map right now. Everyone's getting a little bit heated after that performance from game number 1.
Let's see it, baby. Let's see it. Now's the time to ride. Okay, let's look at the live finals rankings. The Panthers have moved up to 4th place. Okay, 76 total points on the board. And all they need is a little bit more. I mean, one good game here, and we could see them easily jumping up into that top 3 scenario. But the Hyper are doing a great job of just playing keep away. They have a nice little point buffer, but they are not letting it slip here, Zoo.
Yeah, Hyper's so consistent. We didn't even talk about Hyper in game number 1, but they got a lot of points, and they were already first place. So Hyper is just doing doing their game. That's the definition of a team just sticking to their playbook and just, you know, keeping that lead. But GK first, can he stick it to the team mobility? Blinky, I mean, all 4 on GK first. He needs support right now.
Trey, what can Trey get done? He's forced to double back here. Versa in a really tough spot. And this is the thing, is that Team Mobility are not really in a great position to support each other. But Hyper, I think, are going to have second thoughts. And yeah, they're going to just leave GK first out to dry.
Yeah, GK first already knocked. Just, wow, Team Mobility really putting mobility to the test right there. Getting to this position before the rest of Hyper can even help out. That's so unlike Hyper. I mean, Hyper, we see them do splits all throughout the entire tournament. How often do you see them actually lose a player in a split? Not very often, so that was definitely a big slip up for them.
Hyper, yeah, losing one early isn't something we see very often, Zute. When's the last time that you saw Hyper lose a player like that and not full commit the entire team to save him?
Maybe like the very first day, but Joey right here putting a number on Execute. Execute right now, I think they just dropped out of the top 5, so they are feeling the pressure, and Joey's feeling the pressure right now, but oh, can he hit it? Joey backing up once again.
Oh,
he almost pulled off.
He did.
The 1v2.
Oh no, Chico! Chico said, hey, what are you doing to my best friend? As he gets those knocks. Unfortunately, though, Joey does get finished. Nice return fire, though, from YKG, supporting their brother in arms.
Yeah, I mean, Joey did more than enough work there, stalling for that long and putting in that much damage. Yeah, that follow-up by YKG was definitely just textbook. They do lose a player, that in the form of Joey, one of their best players, you know, without a doubt. But 3 points, that's not too bad. They still got 3 up. YKG, a very competent team, can make things happen with 3. And Joey, you know, he could provide a lot of good comms in the background since he's not in the match anymore.
That is a possibility, but I mean, I definitely know that this team would much rather have him on the battlefield. Let's see if YKG can still make things happen. I mean, we've seen them be able to pull it off with a 3-man plenty of times in the past. I mean, heck, we just saw Solo do some magic before. So at this point, Zute, there's no excuses. There's no excuses for any of these teams.
Oh, City finish though.
Hacienda del Patron, maybe even a San Martin finish. That'll make things interesting. Look at
Yeah, a lot
everybody
of
just
teams,
centering
yeah.
up right off the rip.
They're starting to commit into that City. Ooh, we haven't had a City ending yet in this finals. So, but we've had like almost everything else imaginable. So this is gonna be a good one.
Skills of Mine, a team super desperate in need of points with a really large 2-2 split here. Zute, what do you think about that?
Oh man, I mean, if you're that desperate for points, you go for the risk. It is a rough split. If one side gets crashed, especially this side, you know, from the back, no supporting sight lines. Like if this was N Hyper,
Dino!
Oh, here comes. Here
that
comes
thing's got
AAA.
4-wheel drive too. Oh yeah, AAA coming right there.
Yeah,
His teammate giving him a nice little bumper car. Oh, hopefully they get both of those trucks stuck.
Oh, Chosen. Hold on, Chosen and then Hyper. And Hyper just going right straight into the middle. The Chosen with a huge split. Not sure about that one. Man, like teams that play split in urban environments, I don't know how I feel about that one, Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of splits are always going to be a big question mark for me because it's really tough to support your squads. Now, this is a 3-1. At the same time, though, as Suppig gets crashed on, I mean, he has 0 help. Nice shots, though, from Anye up on top of the hill. So far, so good. So Golden Eagles eliminated. I mean, wow. I mean, that worked out really well.
I take that right back. The Chosen, do all the splits you want.
Yeah,
it could go either way, though, but this time, man, they played it beautifully. And Hyper down to 1 player now. QZZ. This is going to be the first, like, bad game that I've seen in a while from. And Tactical. No, Tactical.
Wow.
Deny the point. Or wait, never mind. Stiller. I thought QZZ threw a nade right in front of his face and it blew up.
Nope.
Oh, maybe
Stiller
he should have done that. Maybe
Yeah.
he should have done that instead, yeah.
I will say that I love the fact that the Chosen, even though they were doing the split, they realized when they had the advantage and weren't afraid to press up. I think so many times we see teams, you know, utilize a 3-1 or a full 4-man split, and they're just kind of taking little poke shots from angles. And even though they get the knock, they don't commit. But no, the Chosen, they were doing it. Once they got that knock, they fully collapsed and did it instantly, and it worked out beautifully.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I think that's a problem with a lot of urban splits too, right? It's like, oh, so much building, so much cover. I don't know if I should run over, and then
that's true. Yeah.
And then there's no support. You're just 2 duos essentially, and it's not a 2-2 with support lines. Next circle could very well once again be a city finish. Hacienda still in the zone too on that eastern front side.
See what's gonna happen here. Right now, my eyes are gonna be still on MEZEXIS because MEZEXIS, man, did they pop off in league stage, especially towards the end. But they haven't been able to replicate that heat that we saw then, that fuego, right? Here just yet. They are on the edge of the zone of San Martin, so they're gonna have to get aggressive. So this could be their big chance to have a nice little comeback play. We see Pew from Team Mobility with that SKS 8X looking to get some shots on all the field. We're seeing Skills of Mind get into it big time with YKG, and YKG down 2 players. Skills of Mind still full up.
Yeah, wasted catching a player from YKG, crossing over to the north side. Yeah, YKG really split up now.
That's all I do left, yeah.
Yeah, rotating into this urban zone could get very hectic, forcing players to just split up as they're rotating in. I think everyone is pretty much situated now in the zone. Everyone just seeing where the next circle goes before making the next big play. This is once again like the calm before the storm.
The planning phase, 100%. Right now, all these IGLs are talking to their teammates. They're saying, okay, guys, if the zone goes here, we're going to path this way. At least that's what they should be doing, right? They should be going and talking to each other, saying, hey, if the zone goes this way, we're going to path this way. We're going to push this team. And if the zone stays, obviously, we just stand still and shoot anything that moves. Like Remix just did against Pew. Now, that is a knock. Are we going to see a full send from MEZEXIS? Versa has that nade locked and loaded.
There it comes.
Yep. Here they go.
Let's see how well MEZEXIS can execute this. Oh, Trey goes down to the 1v1. And they are just slamming it on in here. MEZEXIS, they're playing like a totally different team right now.
I will say this, that split was very rough, right? That timing could have been very bad, but their ability to win 1v1s really works out. They're really lucky that Blinky didn't thirst Peralta there.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, they're really lucky that he didn't thirst Peralta. This is what I was talking about. Like, I like how MEZEXIS were able to win that. And they did that purely just with 1v1 gun skill. But, you know, if they had pushed a little bit tighter, it should have been way easier. And I think that was still a little risky, at least from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I think things could always be cleaner right there in that type of situation. But they pulled the trigger. You know they needed the points. They got the opening. They know the next circle's probably not going to go on to them. So good decision making regardless. Execution could always be done a little bit better. But hey, they keep all 4 up. So kudos to them. Just as the next circle is about to shift out too. Jukes, you want Hacienda or San Martin? Which one?
Give me Hacienda, baby. Give it to me. Because I want to see a party in Hacienda del Patron. It looks like we're going to get a
more
San
Martin
finish, though. Yeah.
It could go to the east of that new circle, though.
But I think Hacienda's out. Barely out.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it might not even be a city ending.
Oh, man.
I want a city ending. Oh, okay, now this is when...
See, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, when you play the split in urban environments. Yeah, that's what could go wrong.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, guys. So we're not being haters. It's just that is what it is. When you make these splits, it's so risky. If a team just full sends one of your teammates, they're gonna go down 100%. So now, the Chosen, you know, that mid-game split working perfectly, but here towards end game, man, it's already. I mean, they're gonna lose a pretty big player for them.
Yeah. You're going to want 4, too, in these urban fights. So many times it comes down to, 4v4 and then 1 person up and you have 3 teammates knocked. Now, you don't have that chance of having 1 person up with 3 knocked teammates. They're down to 3 to start off with now.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And the Chosen could have just decided, all right, let's group up after that fight. But sticking with that split, Zuko does get knocked by Diamonds, but with that amount of real estate in between buildings, I doubt we're going to see a push from them. Yeah, so right now you're going to see the Panthers big chillin' as a full squad, and I think this is going to be another long wait, at least for 1 minute and 30 seconds until this next zone. We'll start seeing some action.
Yeah, the Panthers pull off something huge again, Jukes. They have 4 up. They're in the zone. Not like dead center, but close enough. And if the zone shifts, more center, they just have a 3-man with the Chosen in front of them to run through now.
See what Quan can do, man. My eyes are locked in on the Panthers. I want to see what they're able to do as a full squad, because when you have a player do what Nate just did, I mean, the hype. Oh, man, the whole team is going to be fired up like crazy. And look at that instant pickup on their boy Nate. Instant pickup. That is one player you do not want to lose.
Double knock, though, for the Chosen. Smoke's coming in, blocking sightlines. The Chosen are actually going to go aggro on this. You know what? I respect it. It could
look at that.
Well not work, though.
That was a really good Molotov just to help buy some time. Gaji's forced to just try and pre-fire through the smoke with 0 sightlines at all. And that vehicle stuck in that door eliminates that ability to pressure them even further. But now Nate's up close. A Molotov is going to be good. It does catch Suppig. He's on fire.
Oh, Nate goes down. To the nade. 3v3 situation. Nate's not going to get picked up.
Where's the team?
Nate goes down. Zuko catches a trade. 2v3. TC are still pressing in. They line up. That's not a good one. I think Chronix just pushes right out through the open door and take out the Chosen. Chronix stepping up in that fight. That chaos right there. And the Chosen go down. Nate is gone and out of this match, however. But man, what a push from the Chosen. Like I said, they had zone priority, they had everything, but hey, they got a double knock. I respect it.
Third party, though. Here comes Phoenix. Diamonds, full sending it onto the Panthers now. They're going to have to mount another defense, but now without Nate. Perfect shots from Quan to open up things here. Nice pre-fire as well. That Molotov stops him, but he doesn't have to worry. Chronix definitely showing up for his boy Nate and squad. Let's see what Rushy could do. Rushy throwing a Molotov or nade actually right inside that door. But 3-1 advantage. Should see a push come out any second now.
Yeah, before another third party. Dope moves in. New neighbors. Rushy.
Got him.
Yeah. Tried to do what he can. And the Panthers just racked up seven eliminations right there. Yeah.
Now,
a lot of good points.
The Panthers were pretty high up on the leaderboards. If, you know, Puppeteers, which are already, Puppeteers are going to have a really rough game. They only have one player up, 0 points. YKG with 2. And then Hyper went out as well. So if the Panthers are able to finish with the top 3 here, we're going to see them rocket launch up this leaderboard too.
Yeah, I think they were already like just up in, I might be completely
Fourth
wrong.
place.
But yeah, 4th place. Yeah, they're already rocketed up the leaderboards. They rocket any further, they're pretty much 1st place by now. So we'll see what they could do. 7 points already. MEZEXIS is having a really good game themselves right now. 8 elimination points and all 4 players still up.
Trick looking for some toes. That monster truck. A lot of cover with that tire, but that's really just about it.
Yeah.
At the same time, I guarantee you Fuego does not want to lose that monster truck. Just in case that zone shifts off to the side. You can see, there's that other smoke there. Little puppy we saw. Yep, he's hopping in the monster truck.
Oh!
And that was just a ready, set, go for Trick. He was waiting for that.
Yeah, Trick just lasered him right out of that truck.
Hey, MEZEXIS, 8 eliminations.
Yeah,
All
9.
right. So
Trick's getting that one for sure.
that's true. So, I mean, MEZEXIS, maybe they heard us talking about him after match 1, and maybe they were frustrated after losing that one because, honestly, with the position that they got in the last match, we should have seen a performance like this from them. So I think they're really looking to make it up here and now. And, oh boy, are they definitely doing so. Zoned looking like we're definitely going to see that San Martin finish. Come on, baby. Nice little zone shift over to the west side, and we're going to see it.
Just waiting for that circle shift. MEZEXIS still at 4 up. They're going to have to decide to full send one of these compounds if all of the outside areas are
Look
out
at the
of
live
next
rankings,
zone.
dude. Look at the live
I'm
rankings.
taking it now. Yeah, ooh. Dang.
Dope Slayers, nice.
Nice, of course. Ooh, circle shift. Oh, MEZEXIS still has some of the outside to work with. Execute, YKG, Puppeteers, losing the zone. Same with BOPE. Skills of Mind still with that 2-2 are up, but 2 of the players on the south side will have to cross now.
This is a pretty solid zone for the Panthers, though. And honestly, it is their time to shine. Now that Nate is gone, it is their opportunity to show the world that, hey, you know what? We are here to stay, baby. And honestly, if the Panthers win this match and really push to this tournament, I want to see this squad stick together for a while.
WALLSTREETBETS down to 1. Pretty much gone. There's nothing D could do at this point. He's got 2 players of Skills of Mind. He's got MEZEXIS on the high ground. My eyes are really just focused on MEZEXIS this match. This could be a day where just one team after another just have huge pop-off games, and MEZEXIS is shaping up to have one of those.
This is definitely their opportunity. MEZEXIS have been way too quiet this entire tournament. And right now, honestly, Zute, is the perfect opportunity for MEZEXIS to turn the tides. There's still plenty enough time. But honestly, it's really this game, right? We're just about to hit the halfway mark of this tournament. So if there's any game to make it happen, it's right here, right now. YKG, completely stuck. Fears is feeling his name right now because trying to make it across this isn't going to be easy.
Yeah.
Oh, nice shots, though.
From the high ground, from somewhere.
Wow, and Fears, like, calculated that perfectly.
He saw the bullet patter the side of the wall window, and he's like, okay, that guy got lit up.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Oh, he got lit. I'm moving.
Yeah, he makes it into the next zone, I think, too. So he survives another circle, but not a lot of teams go down. And placement points, man, you really need almost the entire lobby to be whittled down for those placement points to start coming in.
Wall Street Bets with a goose egg here. That's just Wall Street Bets have just not had a great tournament here so far. Puppeteers, reckless all by himself. Looking to get into the thick of it. He's got that DBS action. Starting to press into some buildings. And I guarantee you, if we start seeing some more of this urban finish, we're definitely gonna see them DBSs pop out. Reckless trying to throw some smokes and move his way on in. MEZEXIS are gonna have that open range. But if that zone centers up any further, they're going to be stuck like some sitting ducks out there in the open.
Yeah,
but
they don't have a zone now.
If you don't have any cover, Zute, you know what you got? M4s. That's all you need.
And you got 3 teammates with you. So 4-man team. Now's the time to just press in. That new circle, I don't think they have that ridgeline within reach now. Now they're going to have to push. Yeah, Skills Mind losing players now since they did that 2-2 split and never grouped up. That's an easy go-ahead push now for MEZEXIS. Yep. Get the opening, crossover, take center zone. MEZEXIS looking very strong right now.
YKG eliminated. Fear is not able to make it in to this next zone. Bomba! Looking for some angles. And MEZEXIS is starting to make a great push here. Trixie Boy does go down. 12 eliminations. It's going to be a baker's dozen right now. And they're not done yet. Zute, we could see a 20 elimination finish from MEZEXIS.
You think so?
It's possible.
It's going to be hard. We'll see. They're at 13 already. They're definitely picking up this
14
one.
right here.
Hopefully they don't lose anybody here. Bomba, he's going to try and take at least 1 point.
Oh, goodbye, Bomba.
Oh, that spread it.
Bomba
Oh, he's baking.
burn. Oh,
Baker's dozen.
Bomba. Oh,
Baking another
Bomba.
one. This is it. This is the final circle. We're at stage 9, Jukes.
Here we go.
It's coming
Here
in.
we go. The Panthers still up with 3. Stuck in a pretty tough spot, but they're throwing a whole lot of smokes. Wasted. The final player up from Skills of Mind has the angle. Does he see through the smoke? He is predicting it, but Zuko is already out of there and into the next building. He's going to lead the way from it. Quan is going to have to make that final rotation. And he's going to have to do it quick because those smokes are going to start dissipating any second now.
Ooh, can't get knocked now. This is a crucial moment where they all need all 4 players up gunning. Because Dope's pushing in, Panther's pushing in, everybody's pushing in. This blue zone is crunching. Everybody dead into the sightlines of MEZEXIS. Yeah, that nade should spell doom. There we go. That's 17 now. They picked up 3 more, I believe, right there. And now there's a 3-player of the Panthers coming in. Wanted, getting cut down. Skills of Mind wasted, still up.
Chronics taking down Steve-O. Oh, Remix on fire for his squad. Remix already with 6 eliminations. Gets the knock on Zuko. Full push coming. Quan has to win this shot. Catches Peralta. That is super huge.
Oh, where's the rest of the team? MEZEXIS is trying to hold a 2-fronted push.
Oh, no. Chronics, the free fire here is going to be too good. Yeah.
Oh!
MEZEXIS split up. A devastating decision, but it looks like Trick was able to come right on time, and that eliminates the Panthers.
Oh! Soulfly clutches that up. MEZEXIS versus the 1 player now of Wanted Vigilantes. Trick and inactive. This should be GG easy.
This could be 20. Oh, Steve-O goes down. So now it's just Soulfly up. So 18 eliminations, make it 19. Unless Soulfly decides to go out to Papa Blue. Yeah, he's going to deny the point. Smart play there, but hey, MEZEXIS,
18.
It's about time.
18 elimination. Jukes, the record was 20.
That's right.
And it was, I think we had 1 game of 20 eliminations in the league stage. And then it happened again after, so many days of no one hitting anywhere close to 20 on the very first day of finals yesterday. And now this game, we almost hit 20 again.
Ridiculous. And you know what? I can't say better late than never, right? Because honestly, this is not late. This is right on time, okay? Like, if there's any moment that you're going to have a pop-off performance and start that train to victory, it's right here, right now, and I don't think you could have asked for a better finish than 18 elimination chicken dinner.
Could have been more, just throwing it out there. But hey, 18's good.
Hey, all right. Well, hey, shout out to everybody watching out there, everybody viewer partying as well. Power Bang, I see you, Big Papa. All right, guys, we'll be right back after this break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're starting to see some life in some teams we didn't really expect to see today. Maybe some momentum can be coming back as well. Welcome back here, Seven. Another great match as well. That finish, rough, man. I was like, look at the screen. I asked you, like, is that the final zone? You're like, yeah. I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be hectic. It's going to be crazy. And it turned out to be exactly that. But MEZEXIS hold out strong here, get themselves the chicken dinner. And honestly, Seven, 28 much needed points.
You said it right. 28 much needed points.
I
The
always say it
placement
right,
points, especially too. I mean, those 10 points, they definitely needed that. By the way, at one point, we're looking at MEZEXIS and we're like, where are they going to rotate to now? Because they just had nowhere to go. They played that out so good. I mean, they took on Skills of Minds. They were able to take on that compound. Great play out of MEZEXIS. And the Panthers, hey, second place for the Panthers. Well, actually not second place for the Panthers, but second place in regards to being able to get the total points. 15 points total for that team. We'll be getting a chance to talk about them in a little bit later. And a better surprise here, Skills of Mine, one of Vigilantes taking points from some other teams. And then we go to the bottom a little bit more, and we see Execute there with 4 points. I was honestly expecting a little bit more of Execute today. So far, it hasn't hit the mark.
Well, so we already skipped the page. I was gonna say, let me hop back and talk about Skills of Mine and 1 to Vigilantes, because the thing is, with them getting more points like this, that means teams like YKG and Hyper are not, which allows other teams to catch up to them, right? So it actually helps out quite a few different teams out here. We're looking at the list here, I mean, and Hyper only getting themselves 2, unfortunately. Golden Eagles again, another goose egg, which I guess we can call it an eagle egg for them. It's been tough times. Even Puppeteer's not able to really replicate what they've done before. But I wanted to touch on the Chosen really quickly because I like their position they had in Hacienda, but they rock up on the Panthers, they knock Nate, and you and I are like, okay, I guess they're out. But we'll touch on them a little bit later on, but it was really well done, actually, and it kind of qualms the questions we had about Panthers if they can live without Nate. But let's actually take a look at MEZEXIS first, though, because this team has been ultra quiet, insanely quiet. They've been, some might even say, inactive. But we can see here, MEZEXIS able to step up, and hopefully this is like that first like victory they got that they can use to catapult themselves forward.
Yeah, they had some questionable plays earlier in the day when we went into Erangel, so it's good for them to see that bounce back here in this match. Remix, though, being able to put up 7 eliminations, 1100 damage, and going back to what I was saying in regards to how that team was able to rotate, like they waited out for the right time, they took the right engagements. Completely the opposite of what the Chosen was able to do against the Panthers. I felt like, in going back to what you were saying in regards to the Chosen, they had 2 players knock. I think it was Gaji that was able to knock the 2 players from the Panthers. Yep. And they were just a little bit too far. They waited a little bit too long to make that push. And the Panthers, to be fair, I mean, we were questioning, we were saying they better watch out if nobody steps it up. They might end up going to another team. Well, guess what? They were like, you guys need to put some respect on our name, because they came out and they just put up a great performance. I mean, Chronix, 972 damage, 7 ilms. That's great stuff out of them. And then you can see Quan and Suko there with 2 ilms apiece. Overall, this is what we wanted to see out of the Panthers, right? We wanted to see what they could do if Nate wasn't there.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, to see what like Chronix can do, right? Because we looked at the start of the day, he was like at 100 average damage. He was like the only one in the 100 range, where the rest of the team was at 300. So I'm really happy to see him step up as well. But we still have more matches to go, and I'm curious to see if the Panthers can continue to perform. But before we get into that, I'm going to remind you guys once again, we have the survey going on currently over in chat. Give us your feedback about the show, and also check out this crate here you're seeing on your screen. It's going to be there until the 30th of April, so make sure you guys secure it ASAP. And also fill out that survey. Make sure you put you like Jason, you like 7. Even if he's a little bit short, but he makes it up for being extra handsome. Just like these 2 gentlemen who are going to be bringing us our 3rd match of the day on Sanhok with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Heck yeah, baby. Man, thank you so much, Jason, for the beautiful, kind words. You're a beautiful man yourself. And we have seen some beautiful PUBG Mobile today, Zute, right? I don't know if we're going to see something top what we saw in, Erangel just a moment ago. But we're in Sanhok, baby. 600 UC. We're in the jungle. If anything crazy can happen, Zoo, it's right here.
Man, just so
Let's go.
much pristine PUBG Mobile action happening this finals. Today, yesterday, we still got a whole nother day ahead of us. And each day has only been getting better. I thought yesterday, I was like, oh, nothing's going to top that. And then Nate topped it all in the very first game today. So I only think it's going to get spicier.
Yes, indeed. Congrats to whoever got that 600 UC. Hey, show us some love in the surveys as well on Twitter. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA as well so we can see that. And hopefully we can actually see one of your comments on the show as well. We got one more day left, Zute. Top players, headshots. Nate is in the lead with 5. I am not surprised. And they are going to be landing in Paradise Resort, their tried and true location. So the Panthers, we saw them pop off and do really well on Sanhok yesterday. You think we're going to see a repeat performance here today, Zoo?
I think, like in this map specifically, or just like
in this map right here, right now?
Oh, with this circle, I feel like with this circle, I'm gonna have to give it to. For some reason, something tells me I should give it over to NHyper. Like, yeah, they kind of have the zone on the south side, but NHyper, they had a bad game that last one, right? I feel like that's it. That's it for them. Like, they're not going to have any more bad games. Usually coming into finals.
Oh, okay, good. Oh my gosh, I thought you said that's it for them. It's
no,
done for.
no,
I was like,
no.
what?
Coming into the finals, they have been playing so well that at most I feel like they just dropped one map out of the 6, right, each day, and they dropped that last map. That last map, not very good whatsoever for NHyper. So I feel like with Sanhok, especially with the zone kind of towards them, you know, and they did win yesterday's Sanhok, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. So I think this could be their game.
Dog. YKG on the move very early. This was a set trap play from Puppeteers. And 24K, though, oh my gosh, has something to say as he shreds this whole roster almost by himself. It's just dog. 24K.
Oh, this
UMP too strong.
24K not even
1v2
touched right now.
Oh my gosh, 24K! That's how you do it, baby. 1v3 all day long. Wow.
Sheesh.
What's in the water today, Zute? What is in the water? I have just been mesmerized today. I mean, this is ridiculous here. I mean, solo play after solo play. I think that everybody, after seeing what Nate did, everybody thinks it's possible now. Everyone's like, you know what? Yeah, I can squad wipe a team too. No problem.
Man, that was a set trap too, like you said, by Puppeteers. And YKG, they just improvised. They just turned it on right there. And oh my god, 24K. We talk about Joe, we talk about Chico, we talk about everyone on team. 24K getting the spotlight now. That. And oh man, Puppeteers, I don't think we're seeing the Puppeteers of yesterday, unfortunately.
Oh man, after that one though, talk about like a demoralizing play, right? That's got to be it right there. I mean, your whole squad just getting soloed by a player, that's going to do a lot of harm to your overall mental state in this tournament. So hopefully Puppeteers can turn things around. I mean, I think we still saw them turn things around yesterday because they didn't have the best start, but
True.
Oh boy, did they have the best finish. So we can definitely, I think it's definitely possible for them, but you know, definitely so far aren't seeing the Puppeteers we saw yesterday.
No, sir. MEZEXIS picks one up onto WALLSTREETBETS. MEZEXIS looking to keep that. Oh, what a shot from Remix there from the low ground. WALLSTREETBETS getting pieced up here. Already lost one, and another down in the form of G-Woon. WALLSTREETBETS down to 2 players now. MEZEXIS, they had a hot game on the previous Miramar match. They're looking to keep that momentum going. Phoenix, though, catching an active from across the way, so multiple teams starting to get involved on this hilltop position now.
Yeah, Remix has definitely been that standout player, at least for me when it comes to watching MEZEXIS. He is that player that gets those critical knocks that just make his team snowball on some of these other squads. So like, look, Inactive gets knocked there. Remix gonna get a quick revive onto him. But I guarantee you want any player up in the front lines, I would put Remix up there with anybody. I mean, look at this. He's running wide out in the open with 1 HP trying to make a play.
He's feeling it. MEZEXIS down to 2 now, though, however. Yeah, Phoenix is just peppering them from across the ways. They're getting shot and lit up from the hill on the south side next to Painan. That giant hilltop, that's where they're that's what's getting them slowed down and slowed down enough. They're slowed down to 2 members. They had 4 up, looking good in a 4v2 situation.
Wow.
But the long range third party, just too strong from Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, MEZEXIS loses 2 players. That's gotta hurt big time. WALLSTREETBETS down 2 as well. I wonder if MEZEXIS realizes that WALLSTREETBETS is down 2 members as well. Because if they do, I mean, I think they could definitely feel like they have a chance on taking this fight. But, you know, this is Sanhok. Taking early fights is so risky. Because every single time you do, that third party comes so fast. Like, you have to finish that fight in record time.
Yeah. Especially, like you mentioned, Sanhok. BOPE right here on the northeastern edge. looking to scout some things out right now. The center of the map already getting very congested and filled up. Everybody's already pretty much almost moved in towards central. Dope is here. YKG staying in boot camp, which I'm not too surprised, right? They're down to 2 members. They don't have much fighting power left to come out. The next circle, where's it gonna go, Jukes?
Oh boy! All right.
Okay, that changes a lot.
That changes everything. All right. Execute is looking to the sky saying, thank you, PUBG Mobile, because this is the most favorable zone that they could have got. Wanted Vigilantes going up against the Panthers here. This is a big fight. Wanted Vigilantes desperately need these points, but the Panthers are hunting for first place. And Zuko, this is ridiculously long, but it ends up being a bad finish for Wanted Vigilantes. That's 3 for the side of Chronix. Chronix is on fire.
Man, Panthers looking good. Not just Nate, now Chronix stepping up a little bit. YKG! Car rotating somewhere. Oh, no.
Oh, they're gone. They're done. They're done.
Drive
There's
off
no
the
way.
cliff. Into the water. Oh, they made it to the buildings.
Wow. I am shocked here. Oh, maybe
Wait,
it was
Dope.
Dope. Yeah.
Dope's chasing them in. While Phoenix on the high ground, pushing down. Oh my gosh.
Hey, paranoia is at an all-time high when it comes to Sanhok. You got to make sure everything is covered. You can see Kubi throwing some smokes up there. I like that smoke. It's very offensive, and it could possibly make, you know, these players of Phoenix think that there's a player in that direction. But maybe there wasn't a smoke. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything bloom here. Oh, there it is. Okay, Exotic. Yeah, these are like bait smokes.
Yeah, distractionary smokes right there.
Yeah, 100%. Because usually when you see a smoke there, you'll see players utilize a lot of utility in that area. So real smart for WALLSTREETBETS not to throw it directly on them.
They're still getting pieced up, though. There's that first smoke that you were talking about. They threw it a little uphill, though, so it does block the sight line and will keep them in safe cover. Dope in the kill feed. And Hyper and the Chosen. Snake off. QZZ and Stellar very close to each other. Won't engage in the fight just yet. A little bit of a standoff over here. Both of these two teams playing somewhat split. Ooh, Gaji? No, GK first pulls right back. Might have gotten the info for the rest of the team, however. Does seem that way as QZZ is mounting a push that direction. He's got the nade in hand. They know Gaji's here, but they don't know where Stella or the rest of the other team is.
Everybody collapsing into the zone here. QZZ, yeah, they definitely know something's up. So I would be surprised if we see All-In and Hyper crash. Gaji in this moment. Oh, Stellar from that off angle. So clutch.
Yeah,
gets the confirm too. Oh, that hurt. That hurt in Hyper.
Man, and Hyper got baited into that so bad. Stellar just not making any noise, and Hyper finally scouting out one player. It's like, okay, I guess there's just one over here. And they mobilize, and Stellar pops up. And Hyper's going to give up that fight immediately now and try and just find a position in the zone to play Turtle up. They will go towards into Ruins, and the next circle, once again, we're already about to hit another shift.
Where's it going to go? Is it going to center up? Go off to the side, pace it possibly. It's going to be a split zone on the north side. So a 3-way split between all of these islands. That's going to give a lot of breathing room for Hyper Golden Eagles to at least get a little bit more time into this circle. Execute as well are going to have it. But man, if this keeps on centering up, Zute, it's going to be anybody's game.
I would like to be the Chosen, that's for sure, though. 4 players up, dead center. Man, they're in a great spot. Everyone else is going to get very difficult. YKG, they have to turtle up hard right now. Hope no one crashes into them, but it is Sanhok, so it's kind of hard to get crashed on. Those vehicle rotations always so tricky to pull off.
See what YKG could do with 2 players up. 24K had that crazy play early on, and now it's a party in a boot camp. So, BOPE. Oh, a beautiful nade on the Bray is going to definitely open things up. Sonic starting that push. Hayuya forced to be on his on the heel here. The rest of the team, I believe, is across the way and on the water. So Dope, we talked about these splits, Zute, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes they just not beneficial at all.
That Dope split, I think they thought maybe boot camp was still clear because they were here earlier, but by the time they got back, BOPE already pressed up really close. BOPE will take over boot camp. Dope should just look to gatekeep them now because BOPE is on the edge of the zone in boot camp. We'll see what Hayuya could do in a little bit. Here's that split we were talking about. Splitting, like grouping up and then splitting back, you always have to be wary of another team that just moved on in that split-second timing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen those splits devastate players so often. Versa getting knocked here for Phoenix. It's going to be some big points on the side of Phoenix. Phoenix already have 5. That's going to be 6 right there. It's going to be a good bounce-back game for them as well. Panthers have 4. Trey stuck out in the blue zone. This is only circle number 3, so he could definitely eat a little bit of this blue zone here. But he's going to have to make a move quite soon. You can see him just slowly start to travel, wrap around, and find a way in. But, I mean, this may be the last circle we're going to see him get into here because with a zone like this, it can go anywhere.
Edge.
That's MEZEXIS gone.
Oh, wow, yeah. MEZEXIS taken out. I think they were on that hillside just clinging on for dear life, but they are taken out. Golden Eagles, this is on the southwest. You see right there. Oh, and Hyper's there as well still. Next circle
Center up.
about to come out.
Center up. Why not? Let's get the party started, baby. Here we go.
That's so good for Execute.
Huge for Execute and the Panthers, too.
Yeah, I'm thinking the circle will end up in the northwest, but hey, who knows?
If it does, I mean, Execute's going to be feeling real good here. And I would be, I mean, the best case scenario for both those teams is to find themselves in a position to gatekeep the rest of the squads. Kindness, yeah, especially after seeing where this next zone's going. The clock is ticking. They got to run immediately.
Yeah, and Hyper's making some plays now. Golden Eagles doing what they can, but man, they're just getting taken down one after another. Kindness does finally go down, but no confirmation. You'll probably get revived too, yeah. And Hyper only had 3, but they're still making light work of a lot of these other teams.
Panthers doing a great job of slowing down Execute. Execute had that opportunity, and they pushed it. This is what I'm talking about. Certain teams, I think, need to realize that, you know what? There's certain positions where you got to realize that that squad is more your friend than your enemy for the time being. Because if that zone goes north, they could have easily taken that hill on the left and both squads just gatekeeping everybody and then fight each other towards the end. But, you know, Execute, biting off more they can chew. Yeah, Fate's forced to just go to the back line and just try to survive.
Execute is their potential on making it into the top 5 slowly slipping away, Jukes. They were 6th place after game 1, I believe. Not sure where they ended up after game 2, but man, this was supposed to be, I wouldn't say their game, but this should have been a decent game for them with that circle shift. They're down to 1 now.
Let's see what Robert GG can do. Can he hit these shots? Oh, he does. Beautifully done. Nothing like a suppressed M4 in Sanhok. Gets that finish there. That's going to be 3. Panthers with 7. Phoenix with 7 as well. Lucky number 7. I can hear 7WG dancing in the background. Can Trey hit this nade, though? Uh-oh. He's in the open field. We've seen Nate win this from this position before. But Trey's got something to say. That Molotov, oh, just a little bit too far. That's got to hurt, but the blue zone hurts even more. Ronnie, you got to finish this fight. You're not going to be able to get into this next zone.
Yeah, blue zone cooking both of them now. Nade goes up and touchdown. Ronnie, he's got to run, though. That blue zone is cooking. He does make it in. No, he does not. Ronnie goes down to the blue. Skills of mine pushing Chico now. Chico gets the revive at the last second. Backing up. Chico's got to hold this down for 24K, but he goes down. 24K trying to get that heal in. Bumba does find him, though. YKG out in 8th place, 5 eliminations. Could have been worse, but Skills of Mine making it in with 4th or 3 players. And New Circle goes north, Jukes.
Wow.
It does indeed go north.
Monster game for the Panthers. We're going to see it right now because they're going to gatekeep everybody. Anying realizing where this next zone's going. That's it. Time's up. Circle is now closing. They have to cross this bridge, and I don't think they're going to make it. Yeah, Sub Pig getting knocked. That's brutal.
Nice shots from Wasted. The Chosen could cross up pretty easily. They have that water in zone right next to them. Skills of Mine, though, they have their work cut out for them. The Chosen gatekeeping as hard as possible. They should just take the dive, take a swim. Definitely could get a lot further in. Wasted, however, he wants to challenge this. Sup Pig was picked up. Creeping up over the bridge side. Yep.
Wasted.
Immediately
the
gets
blue
caught.
zone's too much. Yeah, he's not getting up. Yep, that's it. Stellar was thinking about going for that finish. Yeah, he's having those second thoughts. He wants those points, but with this blue zone being so brutal, he's going to have to try and make it in right now. Everyone's starting to make this migration to that north side, starting to make that swim. They got their trunks on. Oh, the Panthers getting knocked in this position. Could be rough. And Hyper looking to circumvent them. Fate is going to be in a 1v1 battle with Rin in the next few seconds.
Yeah, Fate has to drop on Rin, though. Rin has no idea Fate is up there. And Fate being a solo player now, I mean, he clutched up last time.
Look at all these fishies. Oh, my gosh. It is all the Panthers. It is all the Panthers. They're rocking a 2-2 split. There's a lot of fishies here, though, and you got Kindness, Rin, and Fate on the edge of this next zone. Not to mention BOPE on the other side. Could cause problems. The Panthers need to group up and focus on one squad at a time. If they bite off more than they could chew, they're going to be in big trouble here.
They're getting crunched in from both sides. The Chosen with 3, BOPE with 2 on the northern side. Chosen will lose Sup Pig. I feel like they could have revived Sup Pig. It was a little bit risky for them, so they didn't go for it. Looks like they're trying to maybe attempt it.
They
No,
got the
he goes
confirm.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got
Chosen
the confirm right there.
down to 3.
Dope. On the edge, swimming their way. Bomba staying up here. Kindness peeked it. Chronix shutting him down immediately. But now Quan is on that front line, having to gatekeep the Chosen. And he's going to throw some nice utility there to shut him down. Taking away that angle from the N Hyper. Kindness getting knocked there was huge for the Panthers. Oh, Quan. Oh, he felt that. Luckily, it was too far range.
The Panthers are splitting up, Jukes. They have a player on the northern side. They're going to do a 3-1 split. Chosen have 3, however, and they're all grouping up.
Oh.
One nade catches one. Nate's falling back now. Chronix prone close by. Rin getting involved now on the backside. Backstabs Chronix from the flank. And Fate finally shows up, rears his head, takes out Rin and Hyper out of here. Fate moving up into the prime position of the compounds, and the Panthers, Jukes, the Panthers are falling apart. They played this horribly wrong, in my opinion. Gaji on the other side takes down Zuko. The Panthers down to 1. Maybe they can reset to 3 right there with 2 of their members down as the battle ensues elsewhere.
Well, Zuko made the sacrifice, but now we're seeing the battle definitely ensue here with Dope versus BOPE, the BOPE Dope. As Fuego. Oh, he's got the nade. That pin pull, they had to hear it. Yeah, Nesquik is pushing up. The high ground being too strong once again. Oh, can the high ground beat a DBS? No, sir.
Shot down right in the face. The Panthers recover. They're back up to 3. They could have gone down, like all of them. It looks like Fate was caught in the back. So that is execute out of there. Down to 4 teams. Chosen have 3 up. So does the Panthers, and it comes down to those 2 teams because everyone else, they're kind of just stuck down in the water side. They could still have some sort of impact, so we can't count them out just yet.
And this is a battle of the Panthers versus the Chosen. Nate, with that DBS, is going to clear out Dope. But where it's going to be, this is a rematch here because we've seen the Panthers and the Chosen go at it multiple times. The Chosen are have some really good angles here. Nate throwing his Molotov on the ground, saying, I don't even need it. Stellar going fishing for Bomba. Bomba barely surviving.
Oh, Anying onto Quan,
Gaji.
Gaji onto Chronix. It's done. It's done. It's all
push?
over. Unless Nate. Oh,
Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. So it's going to be the Chosen winning this game, as Bomba is done for pretty much here in the next few seconds. Yep. And only one player up left. I mean, 9 eliminations for the Chosen and a chicken dinner here. That's going to be pretty huge for them.
The Chosen this time around with a huge game. Each team back to back, all needing the points, all finding the chicken dinner, Jukes. They're hungry. All these teams want it. And Huayuya, he just wants second place at least, which he got.
Imagine you're the Panthers and look how many placement points you got, 4. But the Chosen win that game. Beautifully done for them. And man, I mean, you're right. We're seeing these teams that really needed these points, Zute, clutching it out time and time again here in day 2.
Yeah, it's day 2 is the day where the teams, I feel like, that really need the points, they get a little boost in power because they really have something to fight for. They know today is the day that they need to do well, and they pull out all the stops, and we're seeing it here. The Chosen with 10 eliminations, first place finish. Very well done by that team. And the Panthers, I feel like they could have done a little bit better, of course, with the zone, the way it blessed them. But hey, it's another good game in the books on day number 2 for the Panthers.
Yeah, some good points indeed, and it's always tough when you're in that position because sometimes you want to focus on too many squads and all that chaos. One little slip up and your team is done for. But at the end of the day, some big points for them. And considering that we saw the Puppeteers go out early, we saw Hyper go out early, YKG got taken out, this leaderboard is going to start getting very interesting in the next few minutes. We'll be back to wrap things up with the desk in a few minutes. Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL NA, making things happen for these teams and getting the Chosen a victory here on the board, getting some much needed 19 points. 7, honestly, I feel like there's honestly so much to break down in this match because of how the zones played out, especially with Execute basically by themselves on the Northwest Island, and the Panthers eventually came in. We'll take a look at the match rank as we start to break this down here, but it was a very odd game, I want to say.
It really was. I feel like you and I expected a lot more out of Execute because of what you just mentioned. They were in the North Island by themselves for a very long time. And then the Panthers came in and they decided to do what Execute should have been doing. The Panthers, though, being able to get 15 points, that's great out of them. And once again, we saw Chronix being able to perform really well for his team. I think he ended up with 8 elims the Chosen, 20 points. That's great for them. And that's a team that's been impressing you too, Jason.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see them have like a pretty good performance. I mean, the Chosen, they got the rematch against the Panthers there after losing to them, I believe, in Miramar in our last match. But another important thing to note here, 7, we're seeing YKG only on 6, no Hyper. I really want to get to these overalls at some point here in the segment because I feel like things are starting to change drastically, especially for the Panthers who, realistically, 7, they could have actually caught up to EnHyper. And the sad part is, Puppeteers, if you could just play even half as good as yesterday, you would have passed EnHyper and created a buffer against them.
I feel like the Panthers might have a chance to catch up to, I mean, the Panthers, yeah, EnHyper. Let me think about this. I'll go back to that, all right? EnHyper, though, talking about the 3 points for them, like, it's crazy what's going on today. And then Puppeteers 2 points, like teams that we thought might have had a good day today and might have continued to improve. And we were hyping up EnHyper about how consistent they have been. So far, that hasn't really been it for them. MEZEXIS not being able to follow up on the win that they just got. And then you see the rest of the teams that are currently, I mean, WALLSTREETBETS, what can I say about them? They're continuing to disappoint me. And Golden Eagles continuing those with those golden eggs, as you were mentioning earlier.
What is this, like Willy Wonka? I mean, mobility, Golden Eagles, K19. We're starting to want to Vigilantes, I want to say, to some extent. We're seeing consistently certain teams here on the second page. And if they want to have a chance, I mean, I don't want to put it behind them to get top 5 right now, but I feel like as every match goes on, that chance, that window they have to break top 5 is just closing on them. So if anything, they really need to work towards getting this extra prize earnings and extra experience here. But take a look at our top damage dealers on Sanhok. Some interesting stuff for the Chosen. And actually, to be fair, I'm kind of surprised to see the Panthers this high up in damage.
Really?
Well, I don't know, because I felt like the position they had, like I think most of that damage came in maybe like the last 5 minutes of play. Because everything else besides that was them just waiting.
It did, and it kind of goes with what Sute was saying. They kind of threw that a little bit. They got a little bit too aggressive there at the end. One thing I am surprised about here is there's no execute, and I feel like this is what you and I were talking about. They were just so passive that whole game, and I feel like they should have done a lot more stuff. They were just deciding to wait back, relax, but they had so much room to work with that they decided not to, and I feel like it ended up hurting them because the Panthers did exactly what execute needed to do.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder like what would happen if Execute got there in time, or if Execute saw the Panthers, because we're not sure if they saw them rotating in or not through that bridge and getting down to that compound. But you know what, 7, we need to take a look at our overalls, right? We're getting really excited to see who is currently in first place, and it still technically is EnHyper. But look at this jump up today out of the Panthers. What the hell?
Talk about a jump up. The Panthers now taking over YKG. Puppeteers, I mean, no surprise there with Puppeteers because of the way they've been performing today. But EnHyper, I mean, they're continuing to, they're actually starting to build somewhat of a gap here, even though they really haven't had the best day here. They're still being able to collect some points here. And YKG, I'm not sold on it. I don't know what's going on here in the finals with them. I will tell you one thing, though. I do like seeing the Chosen here within the top 6.
Yeah, so right now we need to focus on a couple things, right? We need to focus at the very top to see who potentially is going to be taking home the title of Best in NA. But then we also need to look at top 5, because 5 is the cutoff for getting into regionals. And right now, there's just a 2-point difference. However, you know, it starts to drop off past that with the Chosen to Execute and then MEZEXIS. So it's starting to get tough here for these teams.
Yeah, and this is one we're going to be looking even more closely, right, at Execute and MEZEXIS. Those teams need to start being consistent. They can't just have a good match and then fall off, kind of like what happened with MEZEXIS there. A team that has been slowly starting to creep up, and I'm starting to see a lot more in the first page, has been Skills of Mine. It would be interesting to see what would happen if this team can secure a win and backed it up with a lot of illems so they can close on that big gap that they currently have to the other teams, and they can maybe actually make a push because they have been consistent.
Do you feel that, 7? What? A little like brush of cold air. You know what that means?
What?
It means we're going to Vikendi, man. And I cannot wait to see how this one's going to break out today. I hope we have a castle finish. Papa Jukes and Zute, can you make that happen for us? Pretty please?
Castle, come on, baby, one time. Let's see that castle finish, guys. Put it in the chat. We begged to see a skating rink finish, right? And we almost got it. Yeah, we saw it. We saw it. That was good enough for me. So hopefully we could see that miracle castle finish once again. But here we go. It is Vikendi. I hope all you guys are as excited as I am, because this leaderboard is shaking up, and we're shaking and rolling down some 600 UC to you guys right there at the bottom. PUBGmobile.com/redeem. You know where to go. This is where it's at.
We've given away so much UC, and for, like, if you guys have been tuning in since day 1 up until now, if you don't have like over 10,000 UC by now, you guys are not putting in the code fast enough.
That's true.
That's all I gotta say, man. We've given so much UC away, and this game, Juke's last game, all 3 games today so far, man, the teams that are hungry are really showing it. So far, every team that's taken that chicken dinner really needed it, and they are shooting up the rankings. And the Panthers, Jukes, the Panthers with like the comeback of comebacks, in my opinion.
Oh my gosh. I mean, a ridiculous comeback. And I got to talk to some of the players of the Panthers right before this tournament started, and I'm not gonna lie, they were looking bleak.
Yeah, you told me they were like not confident at all.
At all. Like they were feeling like, man, we're gonna get last place, and if we get last place, we're gonna probably break up. I mean, they were not feeling too good, you know? But all it takes is a good couple of games, right? A good couple of games. Yeah, and one player to just say, I'm gonna pop off. And we have seen this fire lit under this squad. They are now in 2nd place. Unfortunately, the Castle, you guys in chat didn't do your job, because Castle is not in this first zone. Bomba is going to get a nice 2-piece here, though.
Yeah, Bomba gets a 1v2 for himself to start off this one. A little clutch play right there. Looks like Skillsmind did lose one of their players to the other side of K19. A little bit of a split hot drop action. Might get a Cosmodrome finish. That'd be interesting with that circle all the way up in the northeastern side. So I feel like with a circle like this, it could be slow in the beginning or it could be fast, because there's a few bridges that teams need to cross. So maybe we'll see some fights at these bridges with teams setting up. Maybe we'll see teams just like loop all the way down south. We haven't really seen a Vikendi circle like this one, all the way in that northeastern side. So
Sure, Zute.
yeah.
Right, you are. But you know what? Maybe the chat said, we really want that Castle finish, baby. We're going to have a little bit of a remake right here. I'm going to cross my fingers just one more time. One more time, baby. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us, Zoo. Well, you know, like you were mentioning a little bit earlier, right? We're seeing these teams that we didn't expect to really have a crazy performance here pop off, right? Now, with that 1v2 we saw earlier, and Skills of Mind in general, I think Skills of Mind are starting to feel themselves a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say so. That last game, they had a good, somewhat of a good start. I think they got third-partied, right? I mean, it is Sanhok after all, but Skills of Mind, I would not be too surprised if in the next game, Skills of Mind is the team that like takes the chicken dinner. If not the chicken dinner, they get a lot of points, right? It seems like it's been a reoccurring pattern here today. And in Hyper, they're the team that's in first. They're still in first, but they're starting to slip, Jukes, just a little bit.
You are right. Well, you know what? Speaking of a team that really wants to jump back up on the leaderboards, I got the chance to talk to Joey from YKG a little bit earlier. Let's go ahead and take it to a quick interview with him, and we'll be right back. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes, and I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Joey from YKG, brother. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, man. How about yourself?
Bro, I'm so pumped to be able to talk to you, man. I'm so proud to see your journey from the beginning to where it is now. Oh, man, I'm so pumped. And you know what? I got a few questions for you. Are you ready?
All right, let's go.
Let's do it. All right. So the first question I have is, how is the synergy in the squad right now? I mean, I know you guys have already taken a nice little first place spot, but, how are you feeling about the squad?
I mean, the synergy of the squad is just amazing. These guys have played together for a long time. They have probably some of the most synergy out of anyone in NA. And I'm kind of just a little side factor, but ultimately, I am able to work really well with them. I love my boy Chico. He's able to find his own stuff and find his own spots. I don't need to, pay too much attention to him. I can tell, Fears of 24 where to go, and they'll just destroy the lobby. I mean, it's really simple. It's really easy. So.
I love to hear it, brother. So what is your specific role in the squad right now?
My specific role is IGL. I tell them where to go, where we rotate to. I basically construct like fighting plans and stuff like that. But ultimately, it's not too much of a role because all these guys are capable of making a call on their own. So,
Did week 1 go as expected? You know, did you expect to get more than first place? I don't know. Tell me how you feel about that.
well, I'd like to know what's more than first place. But we did how we expected the later half of the week. Once that weekend hit, we really showed what we are really made of. The first couple of days, we honestly threw a lot of games away, made some simple mistakes, and the dumbest mistakes will always catch up to you. But ultimately, we found how we want to play, and we want to carry this over all the way to finals. We want to carry this throughout the tourney. We're very comfortable, and we're very satisfied with our results.
Always great to talk to one of the legends here of this battleground here. And by the way, I want to do preface that I did have this conversation with them. This was right after week 1 of league play. So they had a great start then. I'm wondering how their mentality is going to the finals. So, I mean, they are obviously pretty high up on the leaderboards. We're starting to see them get passed up here, Zute. But I think I'm going to kind of go with what you said about NHyper. I think YKG isn't going to allow that to happen for too long, but they're going to come back even harder here in the next few games. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree, especially with NHyper, you know, kind of dropping a few games back to back. That gives YKG a little bit of space to now start showing up more. Whereas, you know, if NHyper just kept getting consistent games from day 1 to day 2, that might demoralize YKG just a little bit. But I think, you know, it's shaping up to give everyone a decent chance to go for that first place position right now, right? Puppeteers put themselves in a good spot. The Panthers now today are putting themselves in a really good spot. And Hyper slipping up just a little bit puts everyone else in a decent spot to take.
That's right.
You know, so it's like it's just it gets tighter and tighter right now, the points, and they're still like we're only halfway done, right? We finished day 1, we're halfway done. Yeah, so it's just like still a lot can happen, a lot can change.
Yeah, anything can happen here at this point. It's getting so intense, and I wonder if we're gonna get that castle circle that we were talking about earlier. We can see the live finals ranking right there. And Hyper still have a good lead though. So even though they've had a couple rough games, they still have put themselves in enough comfortable of a lead. And to be honest with you, Zute, a lot of this lead is because of those bonus points.
Yep. And ooh, no castle.
Come on.
I'd rather
Water zone.
I would have preferred the Cosmo circle, to be honest with you. This circle on the southwest, we see it more often than not. I feel like this is the most common one on Vikendi.
Definitely.
Yeah, so it goes down that way once again. Maybe Dino Park. Hey, maybe
that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Another Dino Park finish. You know what? I think NHyper say no. No, thank you. I think we've had enough Dino Park. But I definitely have not. I would like to see some of that action. MEZEXIS are going to be in a great spot for this zone since they are looting that entire Vihar Movatra area right there on that shoreline. So all the rest of the teams are going to have to go over to them. So hopefully we can see MEZEXIS use this opportunity to put some more points on the board. Nice little comeback game for them. But MEZEXIS, they still have a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to these squads, especially a team like NHyper, who's done a great job of, even when they have a bad game, they still put some points on the board. Look at their average eliminations here in Vikendi.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's a lot of high ground on Vikendi. That's why they thrive so much. Puppeteers here. Oh man, if you're the Puppeteers, right? What do you think they're thinking right now? Like day 1, they absolutely crushed it. What are they doing different today? What are they doing wrong? What should they change? Like what should they change to try to imitate what they did in day 1, in your opinion?
Yeah, you know what? One thing they need to change is obviously how they start the game. You know, I think that the biggest kryptonite for Puppeteers is them spreading out a little too thin, scouting, and losing a player early on. When that happens, it really, I think, cuts into what this team is capable of. We see them playing pretty tight right here. Wasted is going to club up into this compound.
No.
He tried to make a escape, and he just might do it. Can Reckless hit this one shot?
No.
Oh, yeah. Wasted. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you blind rotate. It's stuff like that that could really cost your team.
Wasted got wasted. That's for sure right there. And he wasn't even rotating. He was just spreading out to get some more loot. Unfortunately, running into the Puppeteers, bringing them the loot instead. Now, if I was the Puppeteers, right, what I think they need to... I mean, it's kind of difficult in this circle, but something I noticed yesterday was that they were really good at just taking 4v4 engagements. Coming in from the edge, a lot of isolated fights. That Miramar game that they absolutely dominated, right? They came in from the north side, 4v4 YKG. YKG ran away with 2 left. Then they 4v4 the next team on the hill, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. And it eventually ended with 20 eliminations, right?
Yeah.
And the chicken. So they're really good at fighting. We know that. They always get these eliminations constantly. But I think it's when they struggle when there's like more than one team in front of them. Like there's a team in front of them and then there's a team off to their side, right? They're not sure how to deal with a situation like that. If they could somehow replicate just head-on 4v4s coming in from one side of the circle, I think that's their cream and butter right there.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, that's all they got to do. That's all they got to do is play together. For a second, I got a little confused. So I was thinking the cream and butter. I mean, cream does turn into butter, right?
Yeah.
So,
I I threw that one in. I confused myself right after I said that. I was like, wait a second. Cream and butter?
I like it. Cream and butter, baby. Hey, you know what? One and the same. And I think if they play together like that, right? The synergy, right? Close together and just frag out. I think we're going to see the Puppeteers succeed more often than not. I think we're seeing too many of these teams try these cheeky splits, because they see some of these squads in different regions do it. And I think in certain situations, it is completely viable, but not in every single one. Sometimes just sticking together and making plays is the play. And I think the Chosen learned that lesson after Miramar.
At some point, you got to regroup. Right, at some point you do have to regroup, unless if you just have like 4 Terminators on your squad. But at that point, you can do whatever you want.
That's true.
It doesn't even matter if you have 4 like Nates in prime game 1 Erangel on your team.
Yeah.
Right. Execute here, man. Oh, we need to talk about Execute too.
Yeah, Execute needs a talking to for sure.
It's slipping. It is slipping. They were in good reach of that top 5, and it's just.
Oh no!
What did you see?
You just said it's slipping, and I just see Fate just solo off to the side. With the team driving right next to him.
Oh,
so
hopefully. I think he's fine.
But continue what we were saying. I'm sorry about that. Yep.
If anything, they're gonna catch Beowulf there alone, all the way in that southeast, in that dark, in that blue area. Yep. There's that death marker. Execute, pick up 1 point. Golden could collapse onto them, though, so we might see that happen in the next couple minutes. Meanwhile, everyone else rotating in. YKG, Chico, kind of caught by himself. He's got to get out of there. Nemesis popping in shots. Chico actually doesn't run away.
Nice.
I like that. I like that so much.
Wow, that was textbook. Textbook right there. What you should do.
Yeah, I wouldn't say textbook. That's pretty high level. But yeah, so many players mess up. They just keep driving, give away free shots. But if you get out of the car and shoot just a little bit, makes the other player second guess just long enough for you to eject safely. So really good job. Fishy though.
You don't even have to hit those shots. You just gotta shoot just to make them nervous. And speaking of nervous, Fishy is feeling the nerves now. The rest of Wanted Vigilantes are coming. He does get 1 knock. That's huge. Now he's buying time. Yeah, he's nice stall there. So Wanted Vigilantes looking to turn things around. Chico.
Oh, no.
Getting knocked. That's brutal for YKG.
They're getting picked apart. They're getting...
By Wanted?
Yeah, by
Vigilantes.
3v2. It's not done just yet. Fears and Joey is up. They're getting that revive. I feel like YKG should have played way more aggressive. Like, in that moment, just seconds ago, if they were able to play a little bit more aggressive, put some more pressure, but they're letting YKG get somewhat of a reset. And that's not good. They had the momentum in their favor.
Fears throwing a nade, trying to turn this fight around for his team. Surprised YKG 24K even got picked up in this scenario. Soulfly trying to throw some nades. This could be bad for Wanted Vigilantes. I think they took way too much time here. They're playing it way too defensive. Sometimes you have to full send it when you start seeing that team bleed just a little too much. So what you just said YKG should have done, I think Wanted Vigilantes should have done the same thing, because if you allow them to set up, it's going to be really bad.
I mean, I think YKG just, on paper, have the advantage because they're just better, right? Oh, no, Fierce getting tagged up heavy. He goes down. Is Wanted able to pick up on that information, though? They heard the shots pitter-patter on the rooftop, and a player gets knocked. I think they could put the 2 and 2 together. That's why they're getting aggressive here. Nade's coming in. They're pressing up. Phoenix!
Wow, he caught him!
He caught him, but Phoenix coming in, too, right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's all out brawl. They're coming in on the backside. It's just Joey up. 3 of Phoenix here. Wanted might have heard that card coming in. That's why Wanted's being a much more passive now.
I think they could be taken off. I think they're looking to get this finished and then leave. Regardless, though, this is what I was talking about. They should have done this fight way earlier, because the longer you take, the more of a chance you have of getting third-partied.
Yeah, Phoenix actually stole that one away. Phoenix got the confirmation right there.
Brutal.
Onto that player. So Wanted will not be picking up that point. Now there's just 3 teams here. Joey and Fears, the dynamic duo. They probably got DBSs too. That is 1 second floor you do not want to push without using nades first.
Next zone about to pop as well. You can see that there in the top right corner, everybody. Where is it going to go? Most likely centers up. That's what Vikendi does. If we see a hard shift, it's very rare. It is a little shift, but it's right back on land, so nothing different when it comes to the zone. But everything different for YKG. The bank, is it open? Oh, it is.
Oh, Ronnie actually got an angle from distance onto that second floor. Here comes Phoenix with the push.
Yeah, here they go.
Wanted is actually going to eject out of there.
He missed! Joey missed that shot! Oh, that is so brutal. That was a beautiful angle that Joey had, but just missed the mark by just an inch. That allows Phoenix to take them out. So YKG, that is a 1-point game for them. And I guarantee you, a lot of squads, especially a team like the Panthers, saw that in the feed.
Definitely. Very uncharacteristic of Joey to miss that shot. But hey, it happens to the best of us.
That's true. It happens to the best of us.
Trick on the rooftop. Trying to pull out some tricks in his bag right now. Ooh, raining that nade. Can he get it down into that angle? Tosses it. Knock? No. Bounces off onto the fence railing. MEZEXIS, they're backing off just a little bit. Now, both of these teams don't have to engage in this. This is a difficult fight. Not really, in the center of zone. So it should be more of a stalemate here. But WALLSTREETBETS, they're making a move. They're trying to push in further. That's going to be a big mistake.
What?
Kubi goes down from Trick.
And I thought Remix had a huge angle and saw one of their players, but isn't able to get that second knock. MEZEXIS all on the roof here. That could be a great nade. Oh, it's a beautifully placed one. And another shot there. Exotic does get one on an inactive, but Trick has to finish this player. He's going to go for it.
Trick in a great spot right now. Applying so much pressure from up there.
He has no more nades. Oh, the Bizone.
I don't... they didn't have to try and cross over to get into the building. They were safe. But they made the risk. And now they just kind of crossed into a coffin. MEZEXIS pushing in together. Remix with DBS. Trick finds another angle just through the window. Too easy for MEZEXIS right now.
WALLSTREETBETS, man. WALLSTREETBETS not having the tournament that they wanted. That nade being held for just way too long. And they're going to go down. Oh, WALLSTREETBETS. I mean, what is it going to take for them to bounce back at this point? Because we have now passed the halfway mark of this tournament, Zute.
Yeah.
For a team like them, with how far they're down the leaderboards, they have to have the comeback of a century.
I don't think there's no more bouncing back for WALLSTREETBETS.
Nail in the coffin already?
I don't know, just the way things are playing out for them, I don't think it's possible. Like, technically, yeah, but just you start off the finals doing so bad when you were running that hot, right? You have all the momentum coming into the finals, and this is the worst, almost the worst I've seen WALLSTREETBETS play. It's the pressure. I don't think they got what it takes.
It's going to take 50 points. That's what it's going to take to even touch top 5. And that's if these top 5 teams don't get a single point. So it's not looking good at all. A 30-point chicken dinner is definitely going to need to be in the works for them. Let's see what Phoenix can do, though. They have 3 players up. They're pushing onto the Panthers here. Panthers putting some consistent points, but there's only Chronix left. Chronix, can hand the phone over to Nate. I'm kidding. Chronix, you got this.
He can make something happen here. He's pushing out, going aggressive, DBS in hand. Gets 1, full HP still, that's huge. Gets 2, no, he doesn't! Missing the shots! The pan blocks up! Oh, 1 HP. Gets the point confirmation.
Oh, he's moved! That was, I mean, yeah, I could see why he went for that angle. He was, I think if he would have stayed, I don't know if that DBS didn't run out of ammo.
If he had the steals of nerves, right, he stays there.
Yeah.
He knows he can't run back for free there. But I will say the clutch was the second knock and the point confirmation. He already did more than enough, in my opinion.
That's 3. I mean, so that's going to be some points, but yeah, YKG got 1, so that could have been their huge opportunity to try to catch them up. Dong?
I like it.
With the heat-seeking missile right there
like it.
on Tarani.
Yeah, and they pushed out of the zone because they heard this commotion. So this is Puppeteers. They got their brains on right now, going for the third parties, not just sitting still, playing aggro. And I think they're in a great position right now. They're on the edge. They have 4 up. If they need to fight their way in, that's what they're best at. So, hey, this could be a huge Puppeteer game. They got 4, like you said. Could be a lot more in the next coming minutes.
Dude, that nade busted right in his face. That was ridiculous. Dong with the bounce shot. I mean, who knows? That could have been that one play that just turned things around for the Puppeteers. And they have all 4 up. They have a good position here in Mavatra, where no matter where the zone goes, I think they're going to have a pathway into this next circle. Let's see if it decides to go onto them or push onto Dino Park. It goes right onto them. Okay. So now it's time to stand up, start making some plays.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that circle shift for them. Like, I mean, by all means, that's a great shift. But for Puppeteers in particular, I like it when they play aggressive. I like it when they don't get the zone and they have to work their way in together as a team. This type of zone right now, I don't think they're going to find any elimination points in this circle, right? Everybody's going to crash in and congest on the east and south. And even if all those teams go out, they're still not in a good spot for placement points because it's nerfed so badly.
I will say, Zute, that I would say that you are right, but I am going to slightly disagree with you. And only because it's Vikendi. Because remember last time we saw Dong on the roof, and they were able to hold that pretty well.
Right.
Yeah, so that was only in Vikendi, though. But I think you're totally right. When it comes to other matches and other zones in particular, I think Puppeteers is much stronger pushing in rather than defending.
That's fair. They actually won a 3v4 against Hyper that match. And that was the match that started it all, right? Yesterday. For Puppeteers to just fucking skyrocket even higher and higher and higher. So we'll see what they do here. If they get more zones, will they clutch another chicken dinner? Yet to be seen. There's still a lot of strong teams, though, in the mix. The Chosen, right? They got 4 up. They got 4 eliminations. They had a huge game just previously. So they're looking good, too.
Absolutely. Let's see what Hyper could do, because Hyper decided to take Dino Park once again. So Hyper feeling a little nostalgic from what happened yesterday. Dope, forced to do a full push. Wanted Vigilantes already took out YKG. Oh, Soulfly trying to push in, though. Getting knocked and thirsted here. That's going to definitely stunt the energy from Wanted Vigilantes. Oh, Steve-O's now in trouble. Oh, yeah. Getting picked apart. Dope. Doing a great job of this push.
Yeah, Wanted. I feel like it's just, Wanted should have stayed in that third-party fight, like, way earlier. When they had, you know, people set up, work with the chaos.
K19.
And now they're getting third-partied. Wow, this is prime Vikendi right here. And ooh, Puppeteer's actually Faye. You see on that mini-map, he's peeking over. And next circle shifts over to TC. Three-way party here though, Jukes. K19, Dope, and Wanted Vigilantes. No one has been confirmed yet, and no one has a zone here now.
This is brutal. Dope needs to get on the defensive, or are they going to smoke out and try to get out? Oh, their vehicle's starting to get taken out. Is going to definitely hurt them with K19 pushing this. 1 minute left on the clock. This fight needs to get finished sooner rather than later. K19 knows it, and that's why we definitely see them push this very, very hard.
Oh, man. I don't think they realize it's like almost everybody is still alive here. Yeah. Pushing
Steve-O
into the smoke by himself. Steve-O will catch one. K19 down to 3. This is going to get so messy here. Nobody's going to come out on top here.
That's true.
Jukes.
Who's going to get the most eliminations? That's going to be the question mark, because Papa Blue is going to clean up whoever's left. Let's see what K19 can do. They have no intel, so they don't realize that Wanted Vigilantes is only a duo. Nemesis holding the stairs. That pre-fire is going to give away his position. Poppy Sour. Oh, coming up with a DBS.
Oh, 1-2.
Got
Double
one.
peeks. Poppy Sour, DBS, best entry weapon
360.
here.
Ooh. All right,
Hit him with
Poppy
the spin.
Sour. Spin move.
On the other
Legend.
side,
Oh
Dope.
my gosh.
He's hiding back there. Dodged a lot of bullets, but K19 versus Wanted Vigilantes now. I think like what 7 players just went down here.
That's
in
good
a matter of
eliminations.
seconds.
That was good eliminations for K19. K19 has really needed a good performance. Now 5 is probably, they could pick up 6 here with Nemesis. Yep, easy one. Yep, that is a Christmas gift for them. And I believe they do have a Tesla, so they're gonna full send it on into this next zone. 6 eliminations for K19.
On the other side of the map, BOPE has engaged with Skills of Mine. Skills of Mine here holding with 3. BOPE getting tagged up just a little bit. He'll reach into the safety of that cover. Skills of Mine, DBS in hand. Dose. It's going to get tricky here. We just saw how much damage that DBS did just prior. Execute eliminated. 5 eliminations only.
Puppeteers is still up. Zute, this could be their game.
Yeah, 6
With that-
eliminations.
Another Vikendi finish for Puppeteers could be huge. And we could see them in the feed. Fang catching Trick. Big nade there from Dose. I like Trixie Boy's position there in that tall grass. If he doesn't get caught out, he can definitely play a crucial spoiler role.
Zone closing in. Neither team really has much of the circle to work with. Yeah, Blue pressing Bomba out. Smoke's coming in. They're trying to block the vision. More nades still raining in. It all comes down to who gets the first nade opening. And I'm going to give it over to BOPE. Skills of Mine just not in a good position on the outside. Man, none of the nades. Oh, finally, Bomba goes down. That should be the push now for BOPE. One more for good measure.
Fuego. Oh, vaulting the window. Super risky. Oh, yeah. Anytime you vault, you got to know the chances of you surviving is going to be slim, but a great nade from No Hacks is going to slow down Dose.
Yeah, they're just going to use manpower.
Oh, and that, yeah. This is really bad for Skills of Mine.
Trixie Boy running over, getting shot at
Done.
by Puppeteers. Puppeteers have their eyes set over here now onto the BOPE, and it's a 3-way fight. BOPE not going to be making it into this circle, at least not with the full squad, unless they somehow take out Fang over here and then slice in from that southwestern position. But Puppeteer should be prepared for that.
Puppeteers dead center. Now they're on the defense. 9 eliminations. They got to take out the Chosen, though. The Chosen are in a great spot. They are going to press onto them. Puppeteers is sandwiched. Puppeteers needs to turn around and full focus the Chosen. Yeah, BOPE is going to push up on you, but you got to take out one team at a time. It's either that or take out BOPE, and it looks like their eyes are on BOPE first.
Oh, BOPE actually did the one play I did not want them to do. Just reach into the circle and just put themselves in a bad position. They have 4. They could have sliced down and try and, pincer Puppeteers in, but instead they're kind of like sitting ducks now. They'll survive because they had all 4 in zone.
For how
But
long?
that power that they had with 4 kind of just dwindles down now, in my opinion.
Well, they really got fortunate to avoid those nades. Though they placed some very crucial smokes and moved away from them. And that, I think, really helped confuse the Chosen and Puppeteers just a little bit. Oh, did Gaji not see?
No!
Yeah, he did not see
He did
Hadzana
not.
in the wide open, and Gaji goes down. That is going to really hurt the Chosen.
That's actually great for the side of Puppeteers, of course. The Chosen now on the back foot. Puppeteers get the zone.
Uh-oh.
They just need to hold a strong defense. The Chosen need to be the aggressors now. Chosen, another
Big.
player going down. Ooh, trades back and forth. Puppeteers catching one of BOPE. The Chosen trying to reset back to 4.
More eliminations for Puppeteers. They are rocking it here. BOPE, all the way to the end game. Only 1 elimination here, Zute.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Wow. Very, very shocking that they've made it this far. I wonder what their damage is looking like. And, I mean, they're playing this very, very passive, so it's not shocking in this scenario. The Chosen does pick up Gaji, so that's going to be really huge for them. Next zone pops. Puppeteers are in it. Chosen, going to have to push on in. BOPE could time this with the Chosen, though, and that would be very, very bad for Puppeteers.
Yeah, they're right now doing a 3-1 split, focusing more on the Chosen side. Fang right now holding down the southern half of the circle against 3 of BOPE. Fang, of course, does have
Giving it
a
up.
good position. Now just moving back to another smoke here. Crawling in, the Chosen. BOPE crushing into Puppeteers now.
Dong.
And they mounted a good defense.
Gaji, full setting it on in. BOPE catches Fang, and Gaji, they timed it perfectly, but Dong shuts down that push from the Chosen. Now forced to look in every single direction. The Chosen, stellar. Picking up BOPE. I mean, it's a battle in every single direction. Zone's closing.
Dong needs bullets. Dong was down to 3 M4 bullets, so hopefully he's getting some from Faye. Any Purling in through the grass. Reckless also sights onto the Chosen. Fuego's last up for BOPE.
Dog!
The Chosen are done, and just like that, BOPE is also done. Puppeteers, Jukes, you're absolutely correct on your prediction way earlier. Hey, this is Vikendi. They can get the circle and then work their way in, and they crushed it. Puppeteers, does that put them in first?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a heck of a start, though. 12 eliminations, double-digit elims, and a chicken dinner. This is why I think Puppeteer is one of the most dangerous squads. Because if they get that opening, if they get that zone, they have proved time and time again, it is Dong all over your screen, guys. I mean, this guy has been the star player for this Puppeteers team, really leading the charge. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to Vikendi, they have proven that they can mount that defense. I still think that you are right, though. When it comes to these other maps, they're still yet to prove that.
Yeah, they need to play a little bit more aggressive in the other maps, but man, Dong, once again, he's back, baby.
Woo!
And maybe you'll catch some more in these highlights of Dong. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, guys.
Well, you know, there was questions, to be honest, Seven, of Puppeteer and Dong in particular, because they have been extremely quiet, but it seems like Dong just performs better when it's cold, because that's the second Vikendi in a row now that they've won.
That is surprising. Usually that's not what happens, but it is. They are the Vikendi champions. I can't believe that we're able to do it there back-to-back. And this is actually what the big question mark started becoming yesterday for the Puppeteer, right? Could they actually continue on with the momentum going into Miramar? They did yesterday. I'm intrigued to see if they're actually going to be able to do it today. And for them to be able to put up 12 ilims, this is great points considering how their day have been. And the Chosen, once again, the team that you are getting behind here, Jason, 12 points for them. A great day so far.
Yeah, man, they're starting to pick up some steam here. And again, we're kind of focused on like the top 5 placings. Obviously, the Chosen, they do have a chance to get into first, but they're also creating a little bit more of a buffer for them to maintain a top 5 position and potentially go into the Americas regionals. But then again, you know, looking on the list here, we're seeing a lot. Oh, okay, we already passed it. We're seeing a lot of teams we normally don't see. Or we do see they're on the second page here, like Skills of Mind is one of them, for instance. But we're starting to see some other teams step up, whereas YKG and Hyper, second page.
Today is just, I mean, they have had some good points, but it's just not what we're used to seeing out of these two teams. It's not what I'm used to seeing out of Hyper. Like, Hyper, in a way, it's gonna. We heard the caster say it too. With them not performing how we expect them to, other teams are going to be picking up these points. I mean, we saw what Puppeteer is going to be able to do. In a way, I'm a little bit excited because it is going to close some of the gaps, but also I wanted to see a little bit more consistency out of these teams, and we're currently not getting any of that.
Yeah, we're torn, right? Because you want to see Hyper and YKG just do exceptionally well, because then going into regionals, you have high hopes for North America as a region, but now we're seeing them start to fall off a little bit. It's good for other teams, like you said, because they get to catch up, but at the end of the day, we'll see how things are going to work out as we're going to head to take a look at Puppeteers, compare their stats yesterday up against today. And the real question is, like, when Dong's worn out, when he's, you know, thrown away, or, you know, he's having a tough time because he's tired, can other players step up? And I think we're starting to see it here, Seven.
I think we really are. I mean, you can't. To be fair, though, I would have loved to see their stats before this past Vikendi, because I feel like it would have been a lot more different than this. You can see them starting to pick it up, though, but neither you or I, neither probably a lot of the viewers watching, expecting them to be able to duplicate what Puppeteers was able to do yesterday. But for them to be able to now get this chicken dinner going into Miramar, hopefully they can go with that momentum. 15 average survival time, 2.3 ilims, like that's not going to keep you within the top 5. So I am glad that they're finally stepping it up.
Yeah, I mean, at least, well, yesterday they won Vikendi, then they won Miramar right after, so they won match 4 and 5, and well, we're going to be going to Miramar next year, so we'll have to see if they can do it yet again and start to pick up some steam, just like the Chosen. As we'll take a look at their stats yesterday and today as well to kind of compare the two and get an idea of, are they maintaining their performance, are they improving their performance, or are they getting worse? And I would say, with quick maths, that they're actually playing better today than they were yesterday.
Yeah, they are. I mean, we saw what they were able to do earlier in Miramar too. Their average survival time is a little bit lower, but I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's pretty much identical. Look at their average elements, though. 6.75 from 4 yesterday, and then almost doubling their average damage. This is what we want to see out of the Chosen. And with the Chosen and Puppeteer, I feel like these two teams can be so similar, right? It's teams that they can definitely have that fragging power if they put themselves in a position where they're able to frag out towards the end. They're going to be able to just collect points easily. So far for the Chosen, I mean, it's working out. Yesterday, they ended the day with a 16th-place finish into the next Miramar that we're going to be going to. I'm hoping that's not the case here for the Chosen. They need to take advantage of what's currently being given to them. With Execute not performing so well, with YKG not performing well, same with Hyper. This is the time for all of these teams that are looking to secure their place in the top 5 to get those points now that the big dogs are currently allowing them to get it.
Yeah, before we move to Miramar, because I noticed we have a little bit more time here, I want to throw production a little bit of a loop here. Can we take a look at Puppeteer's player stats today as an average? Because I'm curious, like you were saying before, Seven, that Dong was a standout player. He had 20 plus frags. He had 6 or 8 more frags than anyone else in the entire day. But I'm curious who else is stepping up for the team to give them a little bit of light, right? Because we're in a team with Dong. I mean, he kind of takes most of the attention as Dong would do. So you got to see if other people can really start to shine here. So we'll take a look right here and now. And this production's going to mess with me, which, to be fair, they've been known to do.
It's still Dong. It's Dong all over the screen. You
King
can see
Dong, man.
665 average damage, 3.67 elims. To be fair though, Faye is doing pretty good. Faye has been able to put up some good points alongside with Fang and Reckless. We saw those kind of stats from him yesterday. So in a way, I mean, it is still the Dong show.
Yeah, and you know what? I pay money to watch that show, and I probably would pay it multiple times because honestly, seeing him perform like this, it's not necessarily like he's like single-handedly carrying, but he's like the Nate of Puppeteer right now. I feel like for the Panthers, he's been able to like take him to another level.
I wouldn't go that far. By the way, something I do want to point out that Puppeteer did so well that last match was being able to rotate and not get into fights until they got to their actual rotation spot. Good job, Puppeteers. It actually worked out for you.
All right, well, let's head on over to Miramar here once again. And my question to Hot Jukes and Zute is, would you rather have teeth for nails or nails for teeth?
Woo!
Teeth for
nails. Teeth for nails. 100% just wear gloves.
For nails or nails. Teeth
Wear
for
gloves,
nails.
baby.
Because how are you gonna eat? With
Exactly.
That.
Yeah. You can't even smile. It's gonna look weird on camera.
What was
How am I
that?
supposed
What was
to
that
do the
question?
PMPL? Yeah.
Like, hold on. Like, what was
It's
that
an easy
question
answer. Easy answer, right? My
All
question
right.
is this, though. If you're going to take someone into battle, you're going to take Nate or you're going to take Dong? That's my question. Huh? And who's going to get that 600 UC? That's my second question. All right?
Nate's
Who's going to win this
Dong.
Miramar? That's my third question. Let's go.
Who would you take, Nate or Dong?
I'm taking Dong into battle all day long, baby.
Taking Dong.
I think. You know, but if it's into Sanhok, I'm taking Big Nate.
Okay. I'd have to go. I'd have to go with Dong as well. Like on paper, Dong just, I don't know. He's had more explosive games than Nate, so maybe you could say he's
been
a little more
explosive.
consistent. But Nate, that's a tough one. We'll see. We'll see at the end of the day, because who knows, man. Nate and Dong are going head to head right now, just trying to outdo each other.
Yep, look at that. Highest damage, Dong, just barely edging it out. Highest knockouts, it's all Dong. I'm telling you. This guy is just, especially after yesterday, it's just been too consistent. Nate, did something magical. And speaking of magical,
That
Zute.
is some type of circle right there.
Oh, man. All right, so we're going to get spicy up here in Miramar. Look at the live finals rankings. Puppeteers,
Ooh.
second place. YKG down to fourth.
The Panthers in third, though. Like, do you remember, like, week 1, week 2, the Panthers were slipping and doing so poorly that we were like, man, this Panthers team is just, I don't think they got what it takes. They lost their identity, and now they're in third place.
I mean, I've said it before. Like, I was talking to some of these players before this finals, and they were feeling demoralized,
And
But
they
all
should
it
have,
took-
right?
Yeah,
They
because
should
of
have, because
how
they did so bad.
We were shocked. We were truly shocked at what they were doing in the league play. But come finals times, I mean, they have really stepped up, and the storyline would be just incredible, especially after seeing that match that Nate did. I mean, I want to see this team move on. That's for sure.
Yeah. Keep it going. It's really really crazy.
This is the team. This team needs to get it going though right now.
I mean, I've already counted them out. Yeah, look at Kubi. He's like, if I can't knock anyone, I may as well just use my bullets now.
Oh,
Right. But it's always surprising, like, what can happen in the finals. And it could be a little bit of luck. It could be a whole slew of factors. But I think some teams, players, IGLs, whatever you want to call it, come finals, it's just like, all right, we need to do this, and we're going to do it. And, like, I'll be honest with you, Jukes. Like, speaking from experience, personally, for me, just to throw it out there, I never really thought I could get too far in comp. Like, going to the next stage, I'm like, oh, man. All these other teams, on paper, yeah, they're better. Like, we're going to qualify to the next round? Highly doubt it. But it happens.
yeah,
And it happens a lot, right?
that's true.
And I don't know about you, Jukes. You've also qualified, right, to the next stage.
Shoosh.
Before you did, were you like, oh, yeah, we're for sure qualifying? Because
Oh
on paper,
no, heck no!
Exactly.
100%. You know, like when I
Yeah.
first, when I was blessed to get in at the start, right?
Mhm.
So when I first did, I remember I was like, oh man, these teams are so much better, so much well versed than we are.
And they
But one
are.
thing, and they are,
Yeah.
but the benefit that I had was, and that's something that a lot of these teams are going to learn real quick, right? Is it's different when you're playing at home versus at a LAN. Okay, and
And
that's
it's also
something that
different going
it's
into
way
finals.
different. That's true. That is true, right? So like when it comes LAN time, you may have some players and teams that are so much better on paper that destroy you in the finals while they're at home. But when it comes LAN time and those cameras are in front of them and those cannons are going off, air cannons, everything, those hands start to shake, Zute, right?
Yeah.
And you could see some teams that would whoop you all day long just fall apart when it comes to those cameras being in their face. So you could have a team that is, not so good, but guess what? Come LAN time, they don't get nervous. And if you don't get nervous come LAN time, you're going to have a massive advantage, Zute. And unfortunately, that is something that you cannot train for, right? I mean, there's some... Yeah.
I want to take everything you just said, but just apply it to even at home going into finals, because I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah.
Right? Like Panthers League 3 weeks in a row, they were just okay, but not great. And then come into finals, what happened to the other teams that like absolutely crushed it constantly, right? Or outdid the Panthers at least. But then come finals, I think the Panthers are locking it in. So the same thing can be applied for the finals, and I think that's what we're seeing here, especially with so many of these teams stepping up today. It's like, okay, we need that top 5. Before it was top 16, so it's like, okay, we're doing okay, and that's fine.
And even more important, right? Getting a chicken dinner is so huge, right? Because if you're able to get a chicken dinner early on in the finals, that makes your mind realize it's possible, right? And not to mention, not just a chicken dinner, if you also get a chicken dinner where your one player solos the whole lobby, right?
Yeah,
and gets 15 eliminations, now you know not only is it possible for us to win, we can body this whole lobby, right? So it's written, that mental state is so huge. I mean, like I said, the Panthers going into this finals didn't have that. They were the complete opposite side of the spectrum. But as one game goes on, one good game, one good thing happens, your team works together and is very fortunate, then all of a sudden, that confidence just snowballs, Dute.
Yeah.
And
also
and
just lead by
it's
example,
huge in 3 days, too. Yeah.
Yeah, for Nate to do that lead by example, he doesn't even have to say a thing. All 3 teammates are like, all right, man, we got to step it up. We owe it to Nate to get us into the next stage, because he worked his butt off that match to make it happen.
Well, another thing, too, is that Nate, after that play, if he says that I need you to do this, they're running, right? They're running instantly because they have full faith in his ability to frag out. Now, let's see if Skills of Mine has that faith. Wall Street Bets needing it big time here. Nate's going back and forth. Rough opening to start things off. Wasted gets finished. The rest of the team so far behind. Dose gonna hold an angle. It is just, it's not looking good for Skills of Mine.
Yeah, Wall Street Bets getting the jump right now. Skills of Mine, they've been doing okay here. Wall Street Bets have been doing terribly, but Wall Street Bets finally waking up a little bit. Picks up 2, picks up 3. Only 1 player left for Skills of Mine. I already counted this team out. Honestly, even if they get the 4th player here, it's not enough for me to consider them as a potential team to be able to bounce back. But it's a decent start for them.
Oh, yeah. It's a decent start. It's a decent start, but you're right. I mean, we talked about they need more than 50 points, I think, to get in the running. And that's if none of these other teams put up any on the board. So, like I talked about earlier, right? There's that better late than never. It's late. It is late for Wall Street Bets, but they need to do it right now. Like, if it gets any later than... forget it. Forget everything I'm saying. This zone is a rare one, Zute. When's the last time you saw a Miramar finish?
Oh. You know, we were chit-chatting for a little bit, but look at how many teams are already in this zone. They've been hauling
the Panthers
down their way.
We were talking about him earlier, and now they get caught split up here. Nate's in a buggy, in a very desperate position. This high ground proving very beneficial for MEZEXIS. An actor trying to catch a couple tires. He ain't gonna do it. Quan is just pleading, saying, no, leave my buddy alone.
Yeah, I can't even blame any of the teams for any type of shenanigans that happened here, because this zone just kind of throws everything into disarray. So the Panthers getting caught there, is it them getting caught, or is it just the circle just and circumstance?
I say I'm gonna give this to the circle, them getting caught, and it being one of the final games of the day. You know? You know, when it gets this late, you see players start making some mistakes, and you start seeing some shenanigans.
That's the play right there.
Gets ran the heck over by Puppeteers, and Puppeteers are coming for Gaji. And get him.
Oh. That right there is as Puppeteer as it can get. It's like, cut him off. And he just U-turns right into him, and his teammate from the back runs him over. That was as Puppeteer as it can get. Oh my god, that was beautiful.
The pit maneuver coming in huge right there. Oh man, just disabling the vehicle. And then the quick support run over right on time. Casper gonna catch Blinky here, most likely. He's gonna keep tapping. But
Casper just doing what he can right now. He's still alive.
Blinky survived. Wow. I mean, I thought he was 1 HP. He's getting Casper enjoying this fireworks display above this building.
Awfully close to his face though, and here comes the push, slowly but surely.
The smoke.
The smoke to block off sight lines. You know, you got to play it safe.
Case.
Oh, hold on. Oh.
Say back up. Oh, he's about to be caught. Maybe Tank finally catching the off angle. It takes him out. So
that little scooch, right? And the volley toss. That was cute.
It was. Nice effort. Nice effort right there. Let's see. I'm looking at the map here, Zute. Anything standing out to you besides this ridiculous circle?
All my brain's still on that Puppeteer play.
Right?
It's like that Puppeteer play. If you ever played those fighting games, you know how you could call in like an assist.
Yeah,
mid-fight. That's what that reminded me of.
Yep.
He called in the assist play. It is like just whoosh, one hit.
Perfectly.
The circle pulls up north though, northwest. Oh, this part of the map I've seen like maybe 3 times. It's gonna be. There's a lot of high ground, and YKG in the highest of high grounds right there on that mountaintop.
They love it. They love this area here. They're going to get a lot of vision. MEZEXIS Esports started off with that nice finish to start things off. So this could be a good chance for them to pull some big, much-needed points on the board. Now remember, folks, that left side of the map, that big mountain that's completely unplayable. So this zone's a lot smaller than what it looks like.
Way smaller. Phoenix on the top right now. Puppeteers trying to push up into the high ground. Puppeteers in a good spot in the zone, but it looks like they want to get more involved. Bang, eating that nade, but he doesn't go down, and this is Puppeteers doing Puppeteer things. They gotta be wary of third-party angles. So, Faye goes down a little bit too aggressive there. That's gonna cut Puppeteers down to 3. Can Reckless get the trade? He misses too many shots. Though.
He's getting busted up by YKG too. And actually, that's going to be Rushy from Phoenix on that off angle. So now Puppeteers in a very, very tough spot. Phoenix poised to take them out completely. Let's see what Fane can do on the defense.
Yeah, Dong's still here, but I don't think Dong could press much further because of YKG. Fang is all by himself now. Can he make a miracle play? A 1v3. Alpha's on the high ground too, so it's actually more like a 1v4. It's not looking good.
MEZEXIS and then Hyper battling it out. One of these players, one of these squads is going out completely. They're both losing players. Inactive catching Kindness and finishing him. That's a huge fight going back and forth.
Yeah, this Puppeteer fight is over.
Yeah, it's done and dusted. It looks like, yeah, Phoenix is definitely in the last lap there. Faye caught 3 eliminations, but Dong is still up.
Circle about to close into the next shift. I think everybody already made it to where they needed to go.
MEZEXIS
At
out.
the zone. Yeah, and Hyper did end up winning that one. And Hyper, though, how much did they lose? They lost only 1 player. They'll get that reset back up to 3, it looks like.
Where is this next zone gonna go? YKG is dead center. Phoenix Esports with 4 eliminations. WALLSTREETBETS need to make a ridiculous game here. They need like 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner to start getting in contention. And they got to do it right here, right now. We got to also remember, PUPPETEER's Dong is still up Zute.
All he really needs is just a couple more elimination points, and I think it'd be a decent game for them. I mean, they already picked up some, which is great to see. Let's see if they could do any more. Can Dong be the Nate for PUPPETEERs in this game? Because Nate, in game 1, he was a solo at a similar, time in the game, pretty early on, and he got a chicken dinner. This one, however, is a bit harder, I have to say, for Dong to make some magic happen.
Yeah. Really hard indeed. I mean, this is a tough position to be in. Chico and YKG on that high ground with a full squad up. And we see a full push from WALLSTREETBETS. Jason, jump shot is good. Kubi.
Full HP still.
Kubi, you got to hit these. Kubi, you got to get it done, Kubi. Does. Right at the last second.
That's executed out. 12th place, 1 elimination point. Phoenix on the top side. There's a lot of commotion going on there. It's actually YKG pushing on to Phoenix now. YKG, they're doing a 3-1 split. They just sent Chico to go like sick him. Chico's up here by himself, but he's got the 3 cover fire of his players in the backside. Man, YKG, I love it when they do things like this. Of course, there is some bit of risk involved, but they're being very proactive, something that they're always good at.
Yeah, they realize that, hey, man, I got your sight lines, and the trust from Chico to just make this push out so wide in the open does end up paying off. So for now, you can see EnHyper got something to say. 3 players up are looking to continue their lead and create a big enough point gap to secure first place. They're going to make this press on the WALLSTREETBETS in a 3v3 situation.
EnHyper going aggressive. WALLSTREETBETS, they've been doing well this game. Can they take down?
WALLSTREETBETS is done for if they don't move. WALLSTREETBETS is done for. This is a terrible house to hold. Because EnHyper is going to have all the angles in the world to just throw nades like crazy.
Yeah, here it comes. Nade doesn't fly in through the window. EnHyper getting closer. I like to see WALLSTREETBETS with at least 1 player on the outside, to make that quick peek out play if needed. But having all 3 in the building is just, you're just praying not to get naded.
Nice little pre-fire nade there. Dong up on top. Just watching this fight below happen. Not looking to get involved just yet. QZZ is making that push. He does have that Groza. That's a great gun to have in the CQC. But GK first, he's got those nades locked and loaded.
Oh,
he's going to get the bounce.
Yep.
The bank is open. The bank is open. That's what I was talking about. These buildings are very tough to hold, but Kubi, in a 1v2 scenario, really applies a ton of pressure with a knock on a GK first. Rin with the pre-fire. Gets shut down. So WALLSTREETBETS, hey, proving me wrong and getting a beautiful defense against EnHyper. They do lose a player in the process, but that's 7 eliminations for them.
Yeah, that pre-fire after he knocked the first one was crucial. It stopped the push, allowed him to, reposition himself. There was a lot of third party from Phoenix, by the way, on that EnHyper push. They were raining down bullets, so that actually tagged up EnHyper quite a bit too. YKG, they are still holding this high top mountain. They're getting pressed, but I think they're fine. K19 definitely in a terrible position. YKG looking to clean this one out. They get the reset. But, the long-range knock from Fierce should be all over 4K19.
Oh, the hip fire coming out. 24K getting the last laugh there as Chico proceeds to the other side to to get a very huge off angle, and he does. He sees Poppy Sour. Poppy Sour with the shimmies. Nice movement back and forth, but for how long? Hey, that's how long right there. Chico shutting that down real quick. 6 eliminations for YKG, and they have all 4 players up here, Zoo.
Yeah, this is their game to finally stamp and get that chicken in. That's going to help them a lot on the leaderboards. And N-Hyper, they're still in the mix of... Oh, no, wait. N-Hyper got taken out. They got a couple of points, so that's another, like, not very great standout performance for N-Hyper. YKG could shoot up in the rankings a lot and catch up to N-Hyper now.
Golden Eagles still alive here. 1 player up. Well, I'm sorry, 1 elimination point. All players up right here. Looking to get into the action. This is still quite a large circle here. Miramar, so broad. This is zone number 5, but tons of real estate. So we're definitely going to see a little lull in the action for now. But now all eyes are on Dong Zute. Still up in this scenario. Refusing to go down. He's got something to say.
Imagine if the circle just kept shifting right on top of Dong. He
Wow.
could stay in those divots like the whole game and as a solo. Circle is about to shift though. We're about to enter our next phase of action. Everyone's already situated. Teams have already moved in. They're just waiting and seeing where this new circle could go. Look at that. Look at where BOPE is. On the high ground. Talk about high ground.
Oh, man. Not to
They
mention
lost
he
their
took the
buggies, though.
M24.
They're actually getting hit by Chico, I think. I think Chico's been taking out their vehicles from all the way up there.
That's
man.
smart.
YKG will shoot at anything that moves.
Uh-oh. And look how quick he peeked back just to make sure that he didn't get headshot. Chico refusing to make any risks. He knows in this position, if he gets knocked, he's most likely not getting picked back up. Next zone. Where is it going to go? Where is it going to go? Zute, what do you think? Center? Onto BOPE? High ground? Phoenix, maybe?
Onto Dong. Right onto Dong. Hard shift down southeast.
Oh, boy.
Give it.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Oh.
Dead center. But Dong is right on that edge there. But he may have to watch out for WALLSTREETBETS here around the corner.
Maybe even YKG, if YKG decides to clear out, like, the south side. It looks like YKG's going to maneuver and clear out the north side. Dong should be okay. I don't know. If Phoenix hears too much commotion, though, Phoenix might peer over and clear out their side of the zone, which they absolutely should decide to do with a circle like this.
Let's see what YKG can do. They're doing a 3-1 split, spreading out. Looking to apply more pressure. Chico almost in a kind of tough spot here. He does have a lot of angles onto Wanted Vigilante, so he's just applying so much information and just giving it to his squad. So applying pressure, giving that intel. Chico in a very utilitarian position for his team. Wanted Vigilantes are just trying to figure out how the heck do we get into this next zone.
Yeah, YKG is just setting up a barricade right in front of them.
Look at this
And notice how Chico isn't taking shots to go for a knock. He knows Wanted needs to push into them, and if he gets a knock when they're pushing, that's much more important than getting a knock now, letting Wanted reset, and then pushing. And plus, Chico could get knocked himself if he peeks.
That's right. If he peeks too much,
peaks.
and that's one thing you got to think about too, is like when a team is so desperate, you never know if that one player has that bolt action, especially in Miramar. You peek your head out and get knocked. Oh, man, that's just going to allow Wanted Vigilante to push. Here come the smokes. So they are going to have to make that rotation. Uh-oh, I do hear a bus. That could be a very bad idea. As Joey just say, don't even think about it. Gets the knocks on the Nemesis. Oh, now full push is coming. I like this push. I like this push.
I think they're just getting closer to apply even more pressure. It's working out perfectly.
Yep. Take out this team. Don't worry about them. Better to take them out sooner rather than later.
No need to push right into them, into the blue zone. Risking a player getting knocked is never good. And, well, I mean, Wanted, what do you do if you're Wanted here? I think this is pretty much it. There's not much you can do. You have to hit some crazy shots in order to get an opening in.
You call your family, ask them what's for dinner, because that's what you're going to be eating. in the next couple of minutes. Oh, seconds. It's done. It's
There we
ready.
go. Well done for YKG.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I like is, you know, some players have a good position and they refuse to give it up. But in a certain situation, it's better to just push out, take that team out quick, and then return back to your spot.
Yeah. Now you can deal with things like this. Boom, just dashing right in. And they are getting
Beautiful
cut down
shots.
too. 24K. Oh, 24K goes
Oh.
down. He's going to get confirmed as well. And the trade just a second too late. So YKG
Joey.
will not be able to save all 4. No hacks up here. Try and make something happen. It's all down to no hacks. He gets Chico though. 1v1. HP
So
different
close.
control. Too much. And oh,
Dope.
Third party.
Perfectly timed.
Joey.
Perfectly timed third party. Joey, mounting
Oh.
enough defense to get a reset.
Dope needs to just keep pushing. Dope
Too
had
scared.
3.
Too
Dope
scared. It's
had
Joey.
3.
It's Joey. Too scared.
Oh,
Nice quick saying, too scared. It's Joey.
yeah.
And Brady's
That
gonna
was a
crawl
huge-
down. Crawl all the way down. And they're going to lose Bray. Oh, rough.
That was
Oh,
huge for this
Puppeteer's gone.
opportunity.
Wow. YKG, 11 eliminations, reset. And they're going to come with a vengeance to win this game.
Yeah, 3 YKG members on the high ground when the lobby is this, like, hurt and dwindled down. I think YKG, this is their game to win. And I see Golden
Lobby
Eagles,
this
right?
hurt.
This the Golden Eagles team still has 4, but look at where they are. Jeez.
Oh, man.
They're not going to be able to
it's-
do much from there.
With the man advantage, and they're just stuck there at the bottom. No high ground, not willing to make a push, a play for the win. Instead, just trying to put some points on the board. D09 making a run on the open, and look at Chico. YKG punish you so quickly, Zute. You cannot make a mistake against this team.
No. When YKG is playing on point, it's just, there's not much you can do.
Just
You gotta just hit some crazy shots on them, pretty much. Nice
from
shots.
Diamond.
Yeah, but they'll get that revive. Next circle, right? Where's it gonna go? Phoenix, Golden Eagles, YKG, or Dope, or does it just center up and give everyone kind of a circle? Oh, look at how proactive they are. Chico actually pushing really close. No fear from this team.
They know they have this entire side of the map to themselves, so they can just rotate to whatever side they want, and they're going to apply that pressure to Phoenix here with Joey on this other side, just in case. Let's see. Alf looking to mount a defense. I think right now they're just throwing some utility, trying to get an opening knock. YKG trying to play smart about this, playing aggressive, but not too much to where it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. They always like do a little poking and prodding, see what happens. How does the enemy team react to us pushing up close? And then they wait for the zone and play it out. Very, very proactive team out of
Oh my
YKG.
gosh.
Joey actually catches one of the players of Dope pushing into his backside. That might call the other members back from YKG because now they're getting pushed from the north. Here we see the entire battlefield now. Every team's position.
Oh, man. Yeah, Golden Eagles position, they're about to caw their way to the lobby in the next few seconds if they don't get moving, because this zone is now beginning to close. Rise and Baby Tang able to make it up into this area as Golden Eagles are going for a res onto Stranger, I believe. Play zone's going to knock Beowulf. And yeah, going to confirm both of those players pretty much, so. Sometimes that blue zone is just too brutal. You got to make the send.
And Golden Eagles with 4 doing pretty much nothing.
Ugh,
There,
just giving it up.
YKG always doing something. Chico in particular, close range Groza. Oh, that's gonna
Oh, that
hurt.
nade.
Not as much as that nade.
Wow.
But a huge nade, double nade, and it's just all down to Joey.
Too far. Too far. I mean, I don't think they could have seen that double nade coming. It was perfectly placed. from
Yeah,
Diamonds. So now it is really Phoenix's game to win here. They got to watch out for Dope, though. Dope is going to mount up a defense on the sidelines. Golden Eagles, I'll tell you what, if there's one player that can get it done, it's Baby Tang.
Golden Eagles should really, or not Golden Eagles, Phoenix should really just focus on the side that YKG is at. They know they took down 2. At most, there's 2 more. There it
Wow.
goes. Joey's out. This is the last zone, by the way. It's just closing dead center. This is Phoenix's game. They have full control of the high ground. There's not much anything there's not much anything that the other teams could do.
We're going to have to see a miracle play come out from one of these players. Rise is rising up to this mountainside, looking to make something happen with that UMP. He's going to go ahead and catch Diamonds here. The Groza not strong enough. With that finish, now Phoenix just lost their man advantage.
Yeah, that was... Not sure what Phoenix was trying to do. Should have just grouped up on one side, but now here comes the downhill push. Phoenix actually had a disadvantage with this high ground because this hill's sloping in a way where the people underneath are in cover, and it's closing in. Golden Eagles now.
Rashi gets the
Playing
finish. Oh, Hayuya from the side saying, "How dare you shoot my friend?" Now it's just Alf. I'll tell you what, Alf has proven that he can get it done all by himself. Baby Tang finishing it. The high ground, not strong enough though. It is Golden Eagles going their way to a chicken dinner with just 2 players, Zute.
Yeah, just 2 players just hold up in that compound the whole way through, and it works out for them.
Crazy.
I guess slow and patient wins the race. So they got the, but how many elimination points did they get? Let's take
4.
a look. Only 4. That's 14 points total. Definitely not bad. They might have maybe got more, but honestly, 10 placement points and that type of circle is a pretty good finish.
You know what? I think I was wrong. Tremendously wrong. Look at that. You see a lot of Joey there on the board with 5 eliminations. And the reason why I say I was wrong is because I think Golden Eagles did what we saw Fate do, right? In game 1 of this tournament. And, you know, we saw Fate sacrifice Tensa, right? To win the game. So I think that we saw Baby Tang say, you know what? We got to sacrifice you guys. Don't worry about it. We got this. We're going to win the game. So, hey, actually a very high IQ play from Golden Eagles there.
All right, Jigs. High IQ or maybe they got lucky, but they got the win. And we got one more game, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Okay. We're starting to see some new winners, and we're starting to see YKG wake up more importantly here in the tail end of day 2 of our finals. We only have 1 more day left to go here, so we have 7 matches in total. So for some teams, it's do or die time trying to catch up here, and I think that's why we're starting to see some big moves happen, as we're going to be taking a look at our standings in just a second. But you know what, Seven?
What?
Do the thing.
Unleash the beast. That one or the other one? You want the other one?
Yeah, I want the other one.
Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. That's the one he
I
wanted.
thought you had another one like planned. I was actually really curious when he said another one.
I'm saving it for tomorrow. Okay, I'm saving it for the final day.
And then he took a second to think about it. So I was like, is he trying to come up with it at the top of his head? All right, their official energy drink partner, like you said. Let's take a look at the match rankings, though, get an idea, because YKG were able to put up some good eliminations and some confidence as well, I'd say. But Phoenix, I mean, for some teams that need to make big moves, this is definitely one of those teams. Same with the Golden Eagles. So both birds here need to make big plays, and they get themselves a good amount of points.
Yeah, I mean, earlier I was talking about Skills of Mine, how they've been performing well. They just needed to get a check in there and maybe push themselves a little bit higher. Well, guess what? Phoenix came into this match in 13th place with 28 total points. This is going to be able to push them up a little bit more, but I'm just not going to be able to. I'm sorry, Phoenix. I don't see you making a top 5. Okay? YKG, I am impressed because of what we were talking about, Jason, during the match. We were realizing that they were only taking fights whenever it would come to them. And I did like the 1-3 split that they did at one point where they had Chico on the other side of the road, and that's where they ended up rotating to. So YKG starting to play with a little bit more confidence. Dope Slayer, this is a team that's actually been surprising me a lot. They've been super quiet. We really haven't covered much about them besides the beginning of the day. But they have been consistent, and they're able to get 7 points.
Yeah. I think Monica kind of had the same thing where she's like, I think she picked Dope a couple times at the end of the day, just kind of suspecting something that we didn't, and then they always seem to surprise us and do well. I don't know. I feel kind of odd about them because they're just so
quiet
under the radar. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if I see them beating Brazilian teams right now. I feel like they still have a lot of room to grow and improve, but they're consistently like towards the top parts of our leaderboard. So I'm like really kind of confused about them as a team. And I'm also confused about Execute, man. Like this team, without Tensa coming back, seeing them yesterday, seeing their like on-point rotations and the great communication, teamwork they were pulling off in that very first match of the day. I had higher hopes for them, but today has been, I don't even think Rough covers it properly.
Yeah, you have higher hopes, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier in the day too and yesterday. With Execute, it either goes really well or it goes really bad. It's very rare to see like an in-between for Execute. And so far, I guess it is that really bad, and I hope they find something here because, as you said, it is only 7 matches left. We are going to be, in 7 matches, we're going to be finding out who's going to be representing us in Americas, and right now, Execute is starting to let it slip.
Yeah, and they could have been the kings of NA, but let's see if they can bounce back here. To take a look at Dope Slayer's stats from yesterday compared to today. Ooh. So they've fallen off a bit, but their survival time has gone up by quite a lot, actually. Interesting to see, actually, because they've I guess they've been doing less fights, but just staying alive longer, so they kind of changed up their play style a bit.
They have it. I mean, you know what? I'm going to be looking at the damage here. It is a bit of a drop-off, but they're just not being able to confirm as much as they were able to yesterday. I do enjoy, as you mentioned, the average survival time, and it kind of goes back. This team is just being so quiet, and this is probably why we really haven't seen much of them, because they just haven't showed us that they can get those type of eliminations, right? This is why we kind of, when we were watching the match, I kept saying, well, I'm still holding hope for Execute tomorrow, because that's a team I know that they have proven before they can get a lot of eliminations. They could get that chicken dinner. They could get that massive game that could push them out the leaderboard. Right now, Dope Slayers is just doing the right amount of points that they need to be within the top 5. But I would like to start seeing that wow factor. I would like to start seeing, okay, you know what? You could possibly take on to some Brazilian teams.
Yeah, I actually agree with that star power, because they're good enough to get into the regionals, but they're not really good enough right now to get past that. Yeah. And that's, I mean, it's a good sign if that's like kind of where you're expecting the team to go. But if you want to be playing at PMGC, if you want to play at PMWI, you know, you got to be able to have more oomph than what we're currently seeing out of them. Kind of like YKG, to be fair. Let's see YKG's here stats in this last match, I believe, is we're starting to see them wake up. And I think, as you were saying, we're kind of discussing off air, is that they change up their style a bit. They were letting fights come to them. It seems like they've almost lost confidence in the finals for some reason, and I could be completely wrong, and I won't doubt that I have been wrong in the past, but they're not playing with that same finesse and same confidence that we've seen in league stage.
I mean, you could be wrong, but I kind of agree with you. We haven't seen them go for fights like how we used to. We had them see them be that aggressive team. I mean, we saw them perfectly here in this Miramar. They decided to be that passive team, wait for teams to push on them. So maybe they're just trying to find something different that's that aggressive style. Might have not been playing here in finals. I mean, everybody does step up their gameplay here in finals. So far, what they did there in Miramar, it worked out. Maybe they'll be able to duplicate that here coming up in Erangel.
Yeah, well, we'll find out here. This is going to be our last match of day 2, which means we have 1 day left to go. Let's send it back over to Zute and Hotchukes to close out the day.
You said it, brother. The final match here for today. I want to see some spiciness. I want to see that heat. I want to end today off with a bang. Zute, are we going to see it?
I'm right there with you. And surprisingly enough, Erangel was the spiciest game of today, the very first one,
That's
and we're going
true.
to close it out with Erangel. So maybe we'll get to see some Nate magic once again. But before we see some Nate magic, as always, there's that 600 UC giveaway code. Make sure you guys hit those letters in, redeem that code. We're giving them out all day, every day, guys. So get on it.
Get it quick, folks, because these UC codes are going real fast right here. Get them while they're hot. The final match here of the day. Now, Zute, yesterday we saw the final match, right? And I think we saw some shenanigans, okay? I think we saw a lot of teams go out super early, and I think that could do with a little bit of that fatigue, right? We talked about that before. I wonder if teams prepared for that today, because when you see that kind of play style come out, that could be a big opportunity for those teams that really need points to take advantage of it.
Yeah, those shenanigans, you know, some teams just thrive in that chaos, that craziness. We'll see what happens. Playing path really far on the east this time around, and I would like to see, like, throw us a military zone, because why not, right? There's no way this day could get any crazier unless if we see some type of military zone, maybe mill to power, and and another
Northern one.
50 potential. These teams must be sick of this by now.
Yeah, this has just been happening so many times here. So we're not going to get that legendary military finish. Execute are going to land on the military island here, so they're most likely trying to get that loot, find those vehicles, and head up through Ferry Pier. That's where they normally like to loot up. I wonder if Hyper are going to try to mount up a bit of a gatekeep here on that bridge. That could make things interesting.
Potentially, or maybe Execute themselves will just bridge camp on the other side, because we've seen Execute, you know, the only team to really pull off bridge camps to pick up some points here and there. That might be the case this time around, because Execute, that's a team that really needs a good game here to come into tomorrow with a good mental. Like, even if they drop this game, it's doable for them, right? But you don't want to go into the last day off a bad game on the previous day.
Yeah, that's for sure. That is for sure. You want to end the day off strong. And, I mean, there's only one more day after this. We've passed the halfway point of this tournament, Zute. We are now about to hit that 2/3 of the way mark. So, for a lot of these squads, I mean, this is potentially a do-or-die game right here. It is a do-or-die game for so many of these teams.
It absolutely is. And with a tricky circle like this, they better have everything in their playbook ready to try and make some things happen. Jukes,
What's up?
last game of the day. This tournament series has been absolutely wild. The league stage does show, you know, a little bit of what to expect coming into the finals, but man, Jukes, I did not expect like 80% of what I've seen in the finals coming into the finals.
I am right here with you, brother. I mean, I am tremendously impressed with so many of these squads. You know, I think there are some teams that definitely, you know, leave a lot that was expected of them. But, you know, regardless, I think the entire skills cap of North America has been raised here, Sue. I think this is a pivotal moment for NA. The support that these teams are getting, both on the inside and out. We've seen new, you know, NA-specific series come out, like the Titan series that have helped out quite a bit. And now, I mean, we're seeing the level of play rise, and that's only going to make these teams better and better as time goes on.
100% agree with that one. We've had a lot of, you know, roster shuffles as well, some big talent leaving. And, well, with big talent leaving, there's some big talent, you know, showing up, taking the spotlight. Nate, consistency yet to be there for the team itself, but Puppeteers with Dong, we don't know how long they're going to be able to keep that up, but they're both of those teams, Panthers and Puppeteers, they're in a good spot to continue on to prove themselves. It's not over yet, though. They could still get knocked out if they really start dropping the ball on this last game and tomorrow.
What was that? What was that? Oh, folks, this just in. I just got some intel right now into my ear that Big Nate is the reason why Coops left the region. Zute, you're hearing it
That's
here
cap.
first, right?
Right.
After that play, you know, Coops saw what was coming. He saw the potential. He saw the fire in the eyes of Nate and said, you know what? I'm not having none of it. I'm leaving the region right before this thing even starts. So, I mean, hey, smart play for him.
All right. Hopefully, we'll get to see both of those players, further down the line in the future, face off. One of NA's greatest, the GOATs, Coops, with a rising star, the soon-to-be. And also, there's still Joey in the conversation. The
That's
team
true,
of YKG,
absolutely.
They just had a really good game. They bounced back quite a bit with that last game. Could have been a little bit better, but hey, when a nade comes sailing your way and gets a double knock, not much you could do about that. But YKG, that's also a team with a lot of big players looking to, take the spotlight. So we got a lot of star players, star power, star teams, and a lot of teams on the rise up here. And this Erangel game, last one of the day, will really set the scene for tomorrow on what may happen.
I want to see, regardless of how this whole turns out, I want to see some of these squads stick together for future seasons, right? I mean, I want to see the Panthers put in that work together in that off time. With how they're performing right here, we're most likely going to see them move on to that next stage. YKG, I think especially, needs to stick together as a team because a lot of the times, that's really what it takes. It's just getting that experience, going, doing your homework in between seasons, and putting in that off time work. And when you're able to do that, you're able to just grow as a squad. But if we just keep seeing this roster swapping madness, I think it's going to be pretty tough for NA to catch up to some of these other regions.
100% agree with that. I think every time I went to... Oh, hold that thought. Just straight aggression. Beowulf getting pushed by Pew.
That's a game 6 push if I've ever seen it, Yute.
Oh, yeah. This is that fatigue you're talking about. It's just like, okay, we're low on points. Just take the first fight you see. Go at it. No real planning. It could work out, though, for team mobility. Oh, maybe not. Getting pieced up from the... Oh, he just jumps across and takes it. All right, fight or flight. Fight is definitely the choice. It's not done yet, though. DBS in hand. Versa.
Run.
Trying to support his teammate there, but Stranger, he's within the wall covers, and Blinky got a DBS coming his way, and Hyper
Nice.
coming in now, looking to third party everything. The 1v1. Ooh.
Blinky just getting bopped.
Close.
Right in the face, but it was close. It was close. Versa now just watch this whole team go down. Is he gonna lay down, or is he gonna decide, hey, it's game 6, let's push?
That was a game 6 push. You couldn't have said it any better. Look at how many people are out. We thought it was just one fight going on. No, there's multiple going on everywhere else. It's that fatigue settling in, and it's also the point desperation as well, Jukes.
True. That's a big factor as well, because there's some teams that just say, you know what, we know, like, we're looking at ourselves in the leaderboards. Like, you look at WALLSTREETBETS, 45 points. Phoenix Esports, 46. Skills of Mine, 57. The Chosen's in 5th place with 96. So, like, that there's 6 games tomorrow, including this one. We have to just full push everybody right now and hope for that, 10, 20-point chicken dinner, because if they're able to get something like that, that'll leave tomorrow open up for debate, right, for them.
Yeah.
But if they don't do it here now, it's over.
100% agree with that one. New circle. We are going north. The great migration is happening. Everyone's going to try and find a spot up here. So many good positions, but so much different terrain elevations to consider. These teams will have their work cut out for them. Puppeteers right now looking like they found a strong home to take place. And is it actually the home of the Chosen? Gaji is here. Where's the rest? Oh, it's a scramble. They're all going to come here at the same time.
Boy.
It's a fight. Both teams want this position badly.
Faye just getting caught trying to do this cheeky laydown, but you got Dope as well on the top side, applying more pressure. Team mobility already eliminated. We're seeing tons of teams go down. Game 6 pushes all over the place. Now go Skills of Mind. Okay. And let's see if Stellar can mount a defense. He gets knocked by Reckless. Puppeteers might get the last laugh here.
Oh, I don't think so. It's done.
Oh!
The just a little bit too fast for the Puppeteers, and the Chosen will secure this position. Only losing one player, but that is Puppeteers out. Only 1 point for them.
Wild push for the Puppeteers, especially considering where they're at on the leaderboard. So they must be really confident going into tomorrow. We'll have to see how that turns out for them. The Panthers with 3 eliminations, looking really good. Mighty fine if I say so myself. But you know what? One team, Zute, that we talked about a lot at the start of yesterday and haven't talked about since. You know what I'm talking about.
Who?
It's Execute.
Oh,
Execute are in a very dangerous spot. They do run over Kindness. All right, so Tensa and Jason getting the finish. That's a nice elimination for them. I mean, if they're able to finish out Hyper, that's going to be pretty good for this lobby.
yeah. Surprising to see Hyper just losing one player. You don't really see that. We even mentioned that. Something very rare to see from that team, but
Yeah.
looks like one of the players did get caught. Here comes the rest of the Execute to try and just find a place to play the zone. One of them gets knocked. Oh, is that the player that... Yep, that's the Execute player that got knocked. Trying to scout the bunker. It is occupied, so Execute will also lose one player. Next zone shift coming out, and boy, oh boy, this zone's looking really empty, Jukes. I wonder why.
Yeah, it's looking real empty because it is game 6, and we've seen just crazy pushes happen here. One thing as well that we got to talk about, Zoo, is Nate, right? We saw Big Nate pop off and do that crazy play, but since then we've been waiting to see a little bit more from him because I think since game 1, he's only had 3 eliminations so far. So
I mean, I think that's fine because the Panthers, after that first game, have been doing better than they have on the first day.
that's true.
The Nate effect is still there. He just might not be getting all the eliminations.
Maybe it's because he's inspired his team so much for them to soak up some elimination. So he's sharing the wealth. That could definitely be
What a good
the
guy.
play. Yeah, what a nice guy, Nate. I'll tell you what, 10 out of 10, folks. Let's see. And Nate, as soon as we talk about him, look, in the feed, catching no hacks.
Yep, he hears us talking about him. He's like, I'll show you guys. I could get the eliminations whenever I want.
That's
Sharing
right.
the wealth. Sharing the wealth.
That's right.
And Hyper, in a really good spot, if they know how to play this position. This is a very precarious spot. Dead center
they do.
on the high hill. A lot of angles to watch out for. They're okay for now, but if it keeps closing up here, it's going to be a lot of angles that they have to worry about. But they're chilling.
And Hyper are veterans of Potato Hill, so I think this is a spot that that's going to feel all too familiar. Now, they are going to have to worry about where that next zone is going to go. We could even see a crazy hard shift onto Severny. That's still in play. Shooting range would be a wild finish as well. But right now, these teams are going to stick in this spot. I doubt we're going to see a push. I mean, what do you think? You think in Hyper? No, yeah. They're just going to go ahead and just look for a better position.
Yeah, and Hyper is just waiting for the circle right now, pretty much. Oh, the Panthers out in the blue zone. This is far out in the east side. Just taking shots at everybody, stopping anyone from trying to come in. That's BOPE getting pieced up. Chronic should be able to get revived as well. Sonic, he's going to go down blue.
Yep. And
Wait, oh,
3,
he's bandaging.
2, 1. Oh,
Wait, huh?
what is happening? Nate, Quan said, what are y'all guys doing over here? All right, I told you guys to go down. All right, thank you. I think that was like a pickup that was supposed to be a revive, and then there was just confusion, and then said, you know what, let's go home.
Yeah, I'm confused as well, Jukes. But the Panthers, they're not. They got the points. That's all they care about. 6 points, still 4 up on the edge of zone, however. This is going to be a tough circle for them to go further west in. As you can see right now, you're going to want that circle shift to the east, hopefully. And they get it! They get that circle shift on the eastern side, and they're on the high ground. I don't know if they have enough cover, though, to be out of the sightlines of the Chosen up there, but it's a good shift for them.
They don't have a lot of cover, but they got those M4s, baby, and that's all you need sometimes. And I think a lot of players underestimate the power of it. Sometimes it's better to just run up as 4 and use that gun skill to make something happen, but it does look like they're in a little bit of trouble. As I think that's Quan got knocked. And Hyper! Wall Street Bets going at it.
Oh,
Wall Street Bets finishing
No,
him out.
Street Bets. That must have been a third party, I think. Either way, and Hyper is out early. It's going to be good for all the teams looking to take that first place position. The Chosen just popping off shots long range here with only 3 players. Actually, Chosen have 3, but they're doing a 2-1 split. Man, this Chosen team just loves their splits. No fear.
No fear indeed. Now we're starting to see some, players just drop like flies so early on. We'll normally see like 3 players finish early in, but now we're just seeing teams get eliminated like crazy. It's a fighting fiesta here for the final game of the day. MEZEXIS Remix looking to get into it as he presses on to Golden Eagles.
Did you see Jason?
Yeah, I saw Jason there in shooting range.
He's trying to blend in with the other cars.
Nice.
Yeah.
Just park it right next to him.
Yeah, just trying to blend in. Like, this car is all. See, look at that. No
That
one's
is
looking
a-
his way.
That is a mighty fine salvage vehicle if I've seen it myself. Oh, the nades coming out, and Jason, this is where I park my car, just hanging out in a brand new Bugatti next to some other vehicles. And
Look at that. No one's paying him any attention. Next level. Next level.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good one.
Ronnie could see it. Ronnie can see it and is not even looking at the Bugatti that is
It's
sitting
just
right
another
there.
car. It's just another car.
It's just
like
another
all-
car.
It's just
Oh
another.
my goodness.
Oh, no.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Like, you don't zoom in that 6x, buddy. Oh,
I
if
mean,
it was a
with
snake,
so
it
much
would've been
going, with so much going on though, why would you look
Brilliant.
at a car? Oh man, Phoenix is
Brilliant.
doing a great job though right now on this southwestern hide, leaving Ronnie back there on the high ground, giving all the info while the other 3 are pushing up. Alpha's down; he should be able to get picked up. MEZEXIS is eating a beating right now. Alpha's gonna start bleeding out though. That nade did connect. He's gonna have to go for that pickup. Oh,
Let's
this
see
one
what
could be good.
remix. Yeah, remix. 4-3. Bang!
Oh, gets the
Yeah, and that-
confirmation.
Yep, that was a good one from Remix. And Diamond's going to try to throw one from the side because Remix has got another one locked and loaded. Rush, he's going to have to move, but he steps right onto the landmine. Courtesy of Remix. Diamond's now all by his lonesome. Ronnie is somewhere in this area.
He's still on the high ground, trying to do
Yeah.
what he can in the backside.
Oh, Rushy might get the crawl and gets to safety here, especially with this smoke. An active burns up.
Zone's
gonna get it.
gonna be closing soon. Yeah, they'll reset, but they still gotta fight in. What's Jason gonna do?
Oh, Jason just big chilling, baby. You don't even worry about Jason.
I mean, Blue Zone's closing. He's gotta think of some type of play.
Drive. Very slowly.
So maybe they won't notice.
They won't notice. Right? I know that Bugatti has one heck of an engine in it and an exhaust. But maybe with all the chaos, they just won't hear it.
I really
Or
want to
push the Bugatti. Push the Bugatti. Why not?
So MEZEXIS could actually give this fight up, just because they're not.
Look at him.
Phoenix is
Look
not
at him.
stopping MEZEXIS going
Jason
into
just-
this zone.
Jason just attending the drive-in theater here at shooting range. And he's just trying to predict, like, okay, where am I going to drive away?
Oh man, I really want to see what Jason does here.
Yes,
but hold on,
please.
thought. Wanted. Nope. Dope. Just gonna give it all up. At this point, you do not want to fight into that bunker, that's for sure. Just leave him be, maybe block off the exit. MEZEXIS is now pushing into zone. Wanted Vigilantes. Gotta worry about a different team now. Looks like MEZEXIS backed off real quick. Oh, there's a shack there. They're just gonna hide in that for now. And oh, Jason, he's out of the vehicle. He's crawling, I think.
Uh-oh. Jason. Oh, that Molotov getting a little too close for comfort. Nemesis feeling the heat of it. Gonna go ahead and back off. And Trick trying to catch Phoenix. And finally saying, you know what? It's time to move. Let's get going. And he is out of there.
Remix pushing up onto the bunker now. Getting awfully close, proning his way up. Not trying to make too much noise. The trick is right there.
Panthers get eliminated. They had 8 eliminations, so they end up getting wiped. That is going to be pretty devastating. Let's see. Jason still big chillin', watching all this action happen.
Yeah, he's looking to backstab Phoenix. Can Jason actually? No, Jason has to fight. That zone is in a spot where he has to go up and maybe take some shots.
The Bugatti. The Bugatti. Never doubt the Bugatti. Nice little drive. Oh, yeah, I think that's the blue zone. Starting to pressure Jason a little bit. As he's trying to crawl his way to victory. Wanted Vigilantes just not, I mean, they are so behind in this tournament. Not much they could do here unless they mount an insane game. Not a lot of eliminations left, though. That's a great nade.
Yeah. This defense by Wanted just finally able to do something there. And Jason finally goes down. Trick is close by, just prone. They might not even find him. Oh, Phoenix is pushing maybe? No, Phoenix has they're just getting a little bit closer. Now
the MP3!
The squad wiper gets
MP3!
2. Oh, so close. The 180 drop shot.
That was way too close. Ronnie takes advantage of it. You think Phoenix is going to push that? It makes a lot of sense if they do.
Dope is going to take advantage of it. Really smart by Dope right there. Finally deciding to strike. Great job. Great awareness by Dope in that MG3 play. He almost clutched up for the team. Getting 2 though was impressive.
That was beautifully done, if I say so myself. Onder, look, as we're seeing some players get a little impatient, starting to drive around, trying to get some sight lines. Diamonds looking for a new place to call home. Ends up tapping Rushy, tell him, hey man, get in your buggy. Oh, Rushy said, nope, I'm too busy getting knocks.
Rushy healing up here, and WALLSTREETBETS, they are still here. WALLSTREETBETS finally showing up. It might be a little bit too late. We'll see afterwards if they can get this chicken. The run over. The buggy straight through the smoke. He's going for another one. Oh! Jumps out into the blue zone.
Poppy Sour with the DBS. Gonna have to switch Rushy. Oh, still surviving for now. Oh, that Molotov was really well placed. Just a little bit off the mark. What a nade,
Not as well placed as that nade.
That's true.
And, oh, the BM shots.
Oh, the box.
The box shots. K19 trying to send a message there. We're down to the last few teams. The Chosen still alive, by the way, with 3. Man, if Puppeteers took that compound over, that would have been a huge game for them. But instead, it's for the Chosen. K19 on the outside. WALLSTREETBETS with majority of the zone with 4 alive. WALLSTREETBETS could win this one if they get the zone again, but if they have to push out, man, that's all eyes on them.
Well, we talked about WALLSTREETBETS, right? We pretty much, you said that the nail is already in the coffin for them. They are fighting that, Zute. They are trying to do something magical here. And unfortunately for them, so many eliminations are already gone. So their chance to really have that crazy game is very, very slim here. Yeah, that
20 eliminations.
Yeah, it's gone, but heck, a chicken dinner with double digits doesn't hurt, that's for sure.
The
Lion Cat.
Definitely will hurt, though, if any of them land any closer. K19 and Dope, I think these 2 teams are going to fight for the high ground and let TC and WALLSTREETBETS deal with the low ground. I mean, it depends on where the next zone could go. Nesquick getting pounded by nades over there. That nade being cooked just a little bit too long. This one should be good if it lands. The bounce does some damage, but no knock. Oh, he just picked up 4 more.
Yeah,
is he gonna go back? Oh, I thought he was gonna go back.
That would be great.
Toss,
yeah,
toss another 4 his way.
WALLSTREETBETS have all 4 up, but they're throwing a whole lot of smokes and they're playing it very defensive. They do not want to go out. They realize that we don't need just a good place. We need the chicken dinner here. The chicken dinner and as many eliminations as we can. They do have the zone. This is their chance. Like, they cannot lose this. If WALLSTREETBETS lose this game, they do not deserve to be in the finals, and that's a fact.
I like their reaction to that zone shift. Immediately, they focus their attention onto TC. They're like, okay, the only team that's going to push up is going to be from this direction, which is TC.
Nice
WALLSTREETBETS
knock.
gets a really good knock. They need to make sure to lay down some smoke, so because that high ground angle can shoot them in the side if they peek out too much to try and deal with TC. So they got to be careful playing on the outside with these nades.
You're absolutely right, Zute. Gotta watch your back first. But right now, Kubi is laser focused on the Chosen. That's a good knock there. Yeah, I think after that one, they've decided to push. Is that the wrong decision, though? Oh, G-Woon's got some great angles here. One more. All it's gonna take. Oh, Molly's just missing the mark. But now with these angles, it should be lights out for the Chosen. Couple more seconds. It's only on-ying up. Oh, actually, it's only on-ying up.
Oh, the car blow up.
Beautifully done. Don't even risk it. Don't want to even challenge that player. Dope. Getting a nice shot on the Onder. But WALLSTREETBETS should really feel that urgency. They don't want to let any one of these points slip away from them.
Yeah, they might get the chicken, but they need more than just that. Those points do go out. Nesquik should be an easy point there. This should be a WALLSTREETBETS in, but how
Beautiful.
many points can they get more of? They can get 2 more points. Should be some easy confirmations here now for the side of WALLSTREETBETS.
Let's go. That's 14. This could be 16. A 16-point chicken dinner, Zute. It's going to feel real good going into tomorrow. They have one heck of a hole that they have dug themselves in. And this game is that first shovel into the ground to try and fill that hole back up.
It's not done yet. Dope. This is a team that we don't talk too much about, but they've always just been kind of performing consistently and hanging in there. The Des was talking about it earlier. This is kind of like a low radar team. Hey, they might put themselves on the radar if they somehow clutch this 2v4, and that's a good way to start it. The off angle from Kubi goes down. 2v3 now. I said it, Jukes. It's not done until it's done.
Oh,
Are they gonna
my
send
goodness.
if they can get another knock on the player trying to go for the revive, no, they won't. Kubi will go down. The most he could do now is ping where the players are, and hopefully WALLSTREETBETS can land some good nades in.
WALLSTREETBETS. All I'm gonna say it right now, not like this. You cannot go out. You have to win this game. Exotic, creeping, crawling, very risky. Look at he's got the
that's
angle.
good.
Oh, he missed it.
The timing.
He's gonna get turned
he
on.
needs to hit this.
Oh my gosh!
And the other player went down too from WALLSTREETBETS. It's a 2v1. G-Woon is the last one up. He's getting that revive though. And Dope needs to play this carefully because they can throw it right back.
Oh.
Distract him. Don't jump out. That's a good spot to jump out. Stall for time. The other player is far out though. And there we go. They did it. It's not done until it's done. And I said it, Dope. This is a team flying under the radar. They just put themselves on the radar with that big win. WALLSTREETBETS back into the coffin they go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way to go, Dope. Way to go, Dope. I mean, Dope had that one from the start, right? I mean, WALLSTREETBETS didn't stand a chance.
Jukes, you were saying, can they, let's see how many they get. Oh, they can make it 16. I was like, no, it's not over until it's over. I've just watched way too many games, Jukes. Way too many throws, and I had a feeling that might have been a throw, and it was. Dope with a huge win right there.
Oh. That would hurt. That would hurt to watch.
I mean, I would rather Dope win than WALLSTREETBETS. Because for the narrative, it makes things a little bit juicier.
Well, juicier it is. I know that Jason put all his chips on WALLSTREETBETS to win that one right there. So he's going to have to write that check, as well as many other people watching. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the desk to wrap things up. Just like WALLSTREETBETS just got wrapped up.
Doing that's Hot Chick's impression. I can't do it justice, but to be fair, I feel like we were all feeling that. Watching Wall Street Bets just... thing is, Zute and Hot Chick are set up so perfectly, right? Talking about how they've been under the radar. This might be them getting on the radar. And then Dope and just says, nope, think about us. Keep focusing on us because we're still a team to compete with here. And they close things out in a, was it a 2-on-4? It should not happen that way.
After we were saying Dope has been too quiet, they've been consistent, but they didn't have that power, right? They got the chicken dinner, baby. They didn't get it with the amount of villains that I would have hoped. Okay, I am gonna be nitpicking here a little bit for Dope, but good to see that they can at least secure a chicken dinner. And Wall Street Bets, man, if it wouldn't have been for Kubi getting knocked when he was trying to get that off angle, I feel like Wall Street Bets might have been able to secure 20 points for them. This is good for them too because it's gonna be able to at least put them a little bit closer to hopefully go for that top 5. It's gonna be rough. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be super rough, but it is a good way to finish up the day and at least lead into day 3.
Yeah. I mean, let's be fair, right? It's only 4 points they lost out on. And if it comes down to them not qualifying top 5 because of 4 points, then they're going to be kicking themselves. But if you look on this front page, what are we not seeing? No YKG.
No
Hyper.
And
no Execute.
No Puppeteers.
No Puppeteers. Panthers, we are seeing with 8 eliminations. Man, it's getting tough at the top. And I think you said, and I'm going to quote you on this again tomorrow, that you can't imagine a world where Hyper or YKG aren't the ones being the kings of NA. Well, you know what, Seven? You might have to eat your words here, man, because teams are gunning for them.
You gonna sit there and act like you don't agree with me?
Bro, it's going to be PMGC, and you're going to be like, I don't see a way that Nova doesn't win PMGC. And I'll be like, things back to spring, Seven. It's been tough, man, and
hold on.
I don't even go ahead.
Hold on. I thought you were gonna say it's gonna be PMGC and you're gonna be picking an NA team. I was like, whoa, hold on. Let's not get that far ahead of ourselves.
Well, to be fair, I'll be PMGC and I'll be texting you while you're at home, being like, oh, no, I'm just kidding. That's a more of an inside joke. Let's take a look at overalls though and see how close things are really getting here for these teams.
Oh,
7-point difference between Hyper and Puppeteers, who had a rough day, I will say, but even Panthers and Dope Slayers with that victory in striking distance of first.
I'm happy that it's gonna so close because tomorrow is gonna be a nail biter for a lot of these teams, especially if they can actually continue to perform and or at least come out hot. But I'm also sad, man, because I really wanted to see a team being able to take the reins of the region and show themselves and kind of, as you were saying earlier, go into Americas with okay, we gotta watch out for that team. And right now, none of those teams, at least for what we've seen in the finals, have shown us that. Hyper though, with the lead, I'm intrigued to see what kind of Hyper we're gonna be seeing here. What?
Take away the 31 and 32 bonus points from Hyper and YKG, and they're not even qualifying for regionals right now.
Yep.
That's how important it is to be consistent during league play, because this is keeping them in regionals and keeping them in reach for first place. And you have 2 teams in the top 4 who have 2 total bonus points between them.
I feel like this should definitely send a message to a lot of teams, especially with what Puppeteer and the Panthers especially today with what they were able to do, and Puppeteers with what they were able to do yesterday. Like, regardless of, if you have a big disadvantage in regards to the bonus points, if you come out hot, if you can be at least a little bit consistent and have some great matches, you can put yourself in that contention, right? They are like the big underdog story with Puppeteer and the Panthers. But I'm also with you. If it wasn't for those bonus points, those top 2 teams wouldn't be here, and I would definitely be eating my words of what I said yesterday.
Yeah, well, it still might happen, to be fair, but the problem is, I mean, even with Wall Street Bets doing that well in that match, they're only in 9th place.
Yep. And
they have a 13-point gap between them and Execute. For them to get top 5, they have to pick up 45 points.
Yeah.
And that's with Dope not getting anything, right? Like, that's going to be tough. They have to pull off, like, at least 2 wins tomorrow, in my eyes, to have a chance.
It's not impossible, but it's very, very unlikely because of what you say. They're gonna have to hope that Dope doesn't have a good performance, the Chosen doesn't have a good performance, Execute too. Like, they're so dependent on those teams that are ahead of them that I just don't see it happening. But then we gotta flip the table, right? Okay, these teams know that they're definitely not gonna make it to Americas, Now, some of the other teams and stuff that we have seen here in NA and stuff that teams need to watch out for is that these teams will be hunting people. These teams will be trying to make your life very, very difficult for those that are trying to qualify for Americas. After all, if you can say, hey, remember when we hot drop you and yeah, you weren't able to make it to Americas because we destroyed you? It has happened before. Remember Cloud9 back in the day? Lost almost 40K because somebody got hot drop at the end?
I was there for that, actually.
I know you were there.
I think it was the last event I did. Thank you for doing a big throwback to an event that I remember from PNL. Well, I'm going to throw it to you back as well. MVP of the day. Personally, I don't even care if he's not MVP. It's Nate in my eyes after that like ridiculous performance we saw earlier today. Even if he's not technically the MVP, he's the MVP in my heart.
Okay. Okay. I see that. You know what? Why are you being so positive? What's going on here?
Bro, I mean, like, he put his entire team on his back there and clutched things. He had, what, 13 elims?
Yeah, but then after that, he didn't really do much. Don't get me wrong. I love that performance, right? Now I'm the one that's going to be pessimistic here. Right? I'm going to be bad cop in this scenario because he didn't really do much after that. He did. He was able to get some points here in the last match of the day. But after the first match, I think looking back at the stats and what I was telling the casters too, he ended up 13 elims first match and 3 elims second, 3, 4, and 5. Come on.
You know what? Shut up, 7, because I'm going to say this, right? If he doesn't pull off that win, does Chronic step up like he did today?
No.
Does anyone else step up like they were able to? Does anyone else help carry the weight for him? I think that victory, the momentum and the morale boost he gave the team had to have been insurmountable. Like, you can't even measure something like that. And I know production wants to show MVP, but we're gonna keep talking about Nate here. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see who the MVP's gonna be because they want to go home. I think it's like 6 a.m. for them. And it's my boy Nate. All right, let's go.
Hey, those are great numbers. By the way,
those are King Dong numbers. We got King Nate, King Dong.
Who will it be tomorrow? Maybe a combination. Maybe they tie. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see because now Nate is in contention to get the MVP for finals. But going back to what you said, I feel like that's so valuable. Yeah, if it wouldn't have been for that performance in the first match, I don't think this team would have done what they did today. And you mentioned it right, like Chronic stepped up in a big way. The whole team stepped up in a big way when he went down. So it was a morale booster what he was able to do. And you best believe it's going to be a confidence booster because if he's able to do it, his teammates are going to be looking at that like, hey, I want to do that. I want to get that, pretty much get the acknowledgement from everybody in NA that, hey, I can do that too.
I think I heard something that's just like, I want to be like Nate. I think that's how it was. Yeah. Or was it, I want to be like Mike? I don't know. I think it was Nate, if I remember correctly.
Some want to be
all
like
right, well, ladies and gentlemen, well, you know what? You have the chance. You can be whatever you want to be because it's 2023. As long as you're here tomorrow for the final day of matches. At the end of the day, we're finally going to have our new Kings of NA, and we're also going to have our 5 teams to join us and represent us in the regionals up against Brazil and Latin America. Well, we'll see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time when we close things out. But for now, I'm going to send you guys off to a recap of the day and hope it starts off with the awesomeness that is Nate.